All right, here we are, folks. Cool.
Oh,
How do
cool.
I hide that awful?
What? Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Under the Moon podcast. You can find our website at www.underthemoon.com, and our YouTube is Under the Moon. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, right, Aaron? Is that true?
That is correct. Yep.
Yep. So if you're on YouTube, hi. We're also live streaming on Twitch right now at Cheeseman Channel. I'm Wyatt Hendricks. I'm from Bangor, Maine. I'm joined by Aaron Spencer from Chapley, Maine.
True.
And also today we have a guest, Nate Brady, who is from somewhere. I don't know where you're
All
from.
the way from California, dude.
That's where I am, California. What's going
Across the pond, man.
on? The solid pond.
The pond of land. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna jump right into our chess chaps segment, and so I think we were gonna talk about the Neiman lawsuit first. Do you guys have any strong opinions on
That's
that?
the first thing we should talk about. Yeah, we haven't talked about this since our last chess chap segment. This hadn't happened yet.
Yeah. And it's funny because I've had so many conversations about this with non-chess people who keep like just texting me randomly, like, "Oh, hey, who said? Do you know the guy who like does the anal bead stuff and he's suing people?" I'm like, I don't know the guy, but
Yeah.
they keep asking me about it, and so I keep end up talking about it with them. It's kind of a weird lawsuit, wasn't there? It was like 100 million or something. It was like a really weird, bizarre
100
number,
million.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A tremendous sum of money. Kind of interesting because there was actually no formal accusation. Magnus Carlsen was extremely he kept it low key, right? Like he went to lengths actually to avoid directly accusing Magnus Carlsen, or to avoid accusing Hans Niemann of any direct cheating accusations, but you know,
Well,
well,
I think
you probably know more about this than I do, Nate. You're actually like deeply invested into the chess drama here.
it's funny. I feel like all of the people that know I'm into chess, the only thing they talk about now is like the anal bead stuff. So it's so wild that like all of the non-chess people who like hear anything about chess now, all they know about it is like, oh, some guy with big hair and anal beads cheated. So that's just wild. But it's funny. I think I heard a number the other day that like the 100 million number like is larger than the worth of like the chess, like all of professional chess right now, which is just crazy to think about. But also I actually don't know if I don't know if there are any recent updates, but I heard that one of the things that possibly could happen first would be Hikaru being kind of dropped from the lawsuit. So I actually don't know if that's happened yet, but that seemed likely to happen.
Yeah,
so I don't
that
know if you
seems.
guys know that.
Yeah, because that was just him as a streamer talking about stuff. Like,
Yeah,
I think there's a lot that he was involved in.
and I'm not an expert in the law here, but I think there's also a pretty high standard if you can say that Hans is sort of a celebrity in the area, in chess, it creates a higher standard to prove libel or slander. So this is all just, I mean, I truly don't believe anything's going to come of it. I don't think chess.com or the Play Magnus Group or anything will settle. I don't think he's going to get any money from Hikaru or anybody else. I just think I think it's a pretty silly lawsuit. I will say I don't really like the way that anybody went about this. I don't like the way that Danny Wrench went about it. I don't like the way that Magnus went about it. Even if I agreed with him having suspicions, and certainly Hans proved that. Well, he didn't prove it, but others have proven Hans to be a cheater online, and so that doesn't help his cause. But it doesn't mean I particularly like the way that Daniel Wrench and Carlsen went about it. It's just wrong.
Yeah.
Actually, the only person I have no problem with in this that everybody else is always picking on is Hikaru. I I don't really like Hikaru's personality most of the time. I don't really enjoy some of the things he says, but he's an entertainer. So he's the one that seems like he's kind of in the right here. He's just entertaining on his channel, and he's drumming up interest for chess. I think that was nice. I don't have any problem with anything he did here. So yeah, that's my take on this.
Yeah, I know when I talked about this with you, Aaron, a few weeks back, it was kind of pre like chess.com report, like with all the stuff with online.
Yeah,
and like we were pretty kind of firmly in this is just kind of like a weird overreaction from Magnus. So Magnus didn't look good for a little while.
We like, our opinion was like, if there was any kind of illicit activity going on, it was likely like preparation theft, right? Like it was our
I was
position
hardcore on that.
It was like, it's probably not stockfish, like in the shoes or whatever, or in his beads or whatever the fuck the thing was, But there are like some reasonable mathematical suspicions here, right? Like with his rise, like the way his rise to success worked, like as like regarding his age and like the way he did it, right? Like it was like a weird, like the graphs are weird, right? The graphs are fucking weird. But that said, like if he's doing this well in Blitz, which he is, he has the skills, right? Like so there's likely like very limited engine use, if any.
I mean, it's clear he's a top player, right? I mean, even in the in the championship in St. Louis, I mean, all eyes were on him. All of the anti-cheating measures were in place, and certainly he came out with a really strong game. I think it was round 1 or 2, where he won his black against I forget who.
Christopher Yu?
Yes.
That's right. Yeah.
So he had a really strong game. He came out swinging in the interview. He's like, obviously, again, like the chess speaks for itself or whatever. And then he kind of blew up there, and he was like towards the bottom of the pack for a little while. And then he came back and he finished somewhere in the middle of the pack in a field of incredibly strong players. So the guy has a ton of talent. So it does make sense, though. If you want to talk about the conspiracy theories, I think like the prep theft made the most sense to me at the beginning, but also the engine use for players at this level. Like, I think maybe it was Carlson that said it. Maybe a few others have said this. It only takes 1 or 2 moves in the entire game. You could just feed me 1 or 2 moves in a critical position that could change the entire game, right?
Yeah. By the way, thank you, Amber, for the compliment in the chat. That I don't have the chess guy look. I take that as a compliment. Yeah, that's something that was I saw like an interview with Kenneth Reagan, who's a professor of mathematics and statistics up at some university in Buffalo, New York, I think. But he does a lot of works with FIDE on a lot of these types of things. And he cited some quote, I think it was from Anand's, like you like getting like 1 evaluation per game, like in a critical moment for top players, like it's like just 50 ELO just from 1 little evaluation. So you do that.
That is true, right? They're very good at identifying the critical moment, and less good at like finding the correct move in that critical moment, right?
Right.
Yeah. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah. So like it's definitely a big deal. There was one interesting story I saw, like with the Fisher Random World Championship. There was like it was some journalist from Norwegian television. I don't know what it's called, like some blah, 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 or some Norwegian name. But it was they tried to get something like an earpiece or something past the security, and then they actually did. They actually got the electrical device into the Fisher World Championship room. I thought so. That was kind of funny to me. I saw that. I'm not sure what the stuff of the Fisher Random was, because I assumed that wasn't as serious. It's like
that kind of throws some interesting shade on the anal beads theory, right? Like, because if you can get an earpiece like through, why even bother, right? With the anal beads, it seems like such a pain in the ass. Actually,
nice.
No. No, that is interesting, and it's true, right? Like the security measures are by and large cosmetic. This has been the case for many years, right? Like they go to lengths to make it look like they are taking anti-cheating measures, but for the most part, they trust the contestants.
Yeah. And definitely like you and I play a lot in like amateur type over the board stuff where there's like none of this at all. Like it'd be
True,
super.
I forgot to turn off my phone in one of the rounds, and like no, nothing happened. Right, like like I
Right.
had a cell phone, like an active cell phone in my pocket, and nothing happened during a tournament in Boston. Right, like
Well, it's
Right.
interesting that you
Just-
bring that up, though. When you say nothing like that happens at all in these kind of like amateur over the board events, though, I hear, this is all anecdotal, of course, but from people I know that, sometimes my opponent spends a lot of time in the bathroom, like in the middle of a game in a critical position. And, that to me right there is like, come on, why?
Right.
I don't know.
You're
Well,
caught
I
running, you got to go to the bathroom?
As
no,
a person who like compulsively like drinks coffee and drinks water during a tournament, like I'm going to defend that guy because
Well,
I spend a lot of time in the bathroom. I will say that I defecate probably 5 or 6 times during a tournament.
Holy
Like
cow.
legitimately,
Wow.
yeah.
That's-
But this is probably a me thing more than a
That's-
chess
yeah.
player thing.
that's a medical problem, Eric.
Yeah, I think you should see
This is
someone
what
there.
people say.
um, but well, to clarify, like I do think cheating happens in amateur events, right?
It does happen, yeah.
It's just that there's zero like anti-cheating measures at all, right?
Oh,
like there's
gotcha.
no, yeah,
Yeah.
that's I guess what I meant there. Like it'd be so easy, and then we sort of just hope it doesn't happen, I guess. And it's tough. How do you go about that? Because I can imagine we would start wanding the U1200 section of the. Right? Like we got 8-year-olds who are just like gonna wand the.
Well, I don't know. Maybe the new, the newcomers to chess, if there are any. I imagine there have to be some newcomers who are like, I want to get into chess because of this anal beats thing. Maybe they start playing over the boards and they expect it. They're like, well, why aren't they scanning my ass? I mean, I thought that's what. Thought this happened in chess. I don't really get it.
This is why I'm here. Like scan my
Yeah.
ass, please. Yeah.
I wore my good underwear today, and they're not even going to try. So.
Yeah. It definitely makes you like get pretty interested in things like blitz, right, and other quick time controls. Where this just like kind of isn't a problem, right? Because you're not, I mean, really over the board going to be cheating in blitz. I mean, online in blitz, you've got you can sit there with your phone in front of your face, but you're not like getting up and going to the bathroom for 2 minutes on a 3-0 game.
Well, in blitz, if you're waiting for Morse code signals, like you're gonna lose a minute on the clock waiting for the perfect move. It doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah.
You have to be a top player to compete in a strong blitz event.
Right. Yeah. And that was something that, you and I noticed with Hans, is he was doing so well in some of the blitz stuff. Like
so obviously he's a top contender, right? Like he doesn't actually need to cheat to be up there.
Right. It's kind of
Yeah.
Okay, so I think 16 minutes in, do we want to kind of slide over into the main topic, or do we have anything else chess related?
Let's get to it, right? Let's dive in. Let's divest from the chess, and let's dive into the main topic tonight, which is gambling in general, right? Like, is our cool our interesting topic of the night, and something that is probably very appropriate for Nate Brady, who has played in a World Series of Poker event, right? Like this is
this is right up my
which
alley.
we're very excited to have you on for this because
plus I'll gamble on anything. I mean, what's the over under on this what time this podcast finishes? Because I'll place bets on that.
You'd lose that bet because this can go forever, man.
It's not an environment I control, and I'm going to be betting against the people that control it. So I'm guaranteed to lose money, but that's what gambling's all about. So.
I'm going to say Aaron will end the podcast right before Aaron will take the under and end it at.
Yeah, right. It's over now. Bye, guys. Yeah, see ya. Yeah. No.
Did we actually have chat in the YouTube? Are we getting a unified chat when I see it on the right?
So when you see it on the Melon stream, you're seeing both chats, but nobody's chatting in YouTube because all of my viewership is Twitch.
Well, I saw the Under the Moon YouTube channel chatted in the chat.
Is that the case? Really?
Yeah, it said thank you, Grand Mistress Aaron, aka Nerd. I think
somebody. Oh, no. So because my YouTube and Twitch are linked, my chats show up on both.
Oh,
but their chats will show up as individuals. But we're only seeing Twitch chat. because all of our viewers are raids from the Grand Mistress Aaron, which thank you, by the way.
I've never
I
seen
didn't thank you like by vocals, but I appreciate you.
So you started playing poker when, Nate? Like back when
Let's
you were
see.
really...
I allegedly started going to Foxwoods. I'm sure you guys are from the East Coast, right? So you know where Foxwoods is.
We play chess tournaments there, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So I started playing at Foxwoods allegedly before I turned 21 because they were very bad at checking IDs then. And back then, so this would have been 23 some odd years ago. I think like 7-card stud was like the big game. It was like before kind of the Texas Hold'em boom really happened. But I had always had a kind of fondness for poker, and I think I just kind of learned at like a kind of a young age, and this is probably from like my grandfather, who was a huge poker player, and spent a lot of time in casinos, that playing against other people is always better than playing against the house, you know? So it was like, okay, then I'll try poker, because that's what you're doing there, even though you're losing a rake to the house or whatever. But then I just fell in love with it pretty immediately. Yeah. The wins, the losses, just feeling something, fell in love with that. So yeah, about 23 years ago, I'd say I started really playing poker.
I'm kind of interested in how the shift to Hold'em went. Like, I'm assuming you shifted at Hold'em at some point, right? After that became the predominant game.
It's kind of like, if I can explain it in chess terms, like it's kind of like the people that have been playing classical and all of a sudden they find like Blitz or Bullet and they're like, holy crap. And you just like, you get addicted to the rush because it's those quick, like, the bursts of serotonin or whatever. And I feel like that's kind of what happened to me in Hold'em. I was playing 7-card stud for a while. I was playing like sort of those kinds of stud games. And those are limit games. You're usually with an older crowd, so there's not a lot of action. It's kind of slow, patient games, very statistics heavy and things like that. And then Hold'em came around, and it was a lot of younger kids. It was a lot of action. It was a lot of people that didn't know what they were doing. So yeah, when I made the move, I was like, oh, this is what it's all about. And my first ever Texas Hold'em tournament that I played was at Foxwoods on Valentine's Day. And I won that tournament. Nobody knew what they were doing. There was maybe 200 and something participants. I won that tournament, and it was like 6,000 or 7,000. I took it over to like a 2-5 no limit game. I ran it up to 20 something thousand, and I lost it all. So yeah, so that was like my first like real experience with Hold'em. And then that was it.
What year was this, Nate? When did this happen?
So I would have been 21 because I couldn't play in a tournament until I turned 21.
So what year was this? Like,
so let's see, it would have been like 2002.
So this was like the year after the moneymaker win of the. Everybody and their brother is like playing poker now.
Yep, exactly.
And like you just like crushed the field. That's cool.
It was like perfect timing for me. I had turned 21 because they had to check IDs for tournament poker. Yeah. Like if I had ever hit a jackpot or something in the poker room, I would have been in trouble. Because like imagine like turning down like 7,000. Like, oh sorry, I'm good. No, you keep that.
Right.
So yeah, it was shortly after I turned 21, and yeah. So.
And then to add to this story, then your girlfriend broke up with you because you spent all Valentine's Day playing poker.
No. I mean, it was funny. I remember this all very vividly. It was a snowstorm. It was Valentine's Day. She was working all day, so it was like, all right, we'll do whatever on the weekend or whatever. So. But she experienced the highs and lows with me as you can imagine, we're making, we both worked in restaurants at the time. We're making a couple $100.
I know how that goes. Yeah.
Yeah. And, I'm texting her like, oh my God, I won the whole thing. I made $6,000. Like a friend of mine was there doing something else. He was like, I just saw your name on the board. You won, blah, blah, blah. Then I'm giving her the updates like, oh, I'm up 15,000. I'm up 20,000. I'm like, oh, this is it. Like, this is incredible. I'm going to be a millionaire playing poker. And then I lost it all. And that was a long drive home. So Yeah.
It's brutal, but that's gambling in general, right? Like,
And that's what gets you hooked. You know, that whole experience of I can win it all, I can lose it all. You're stuck forever.
Yeah. Aaron loves working in restaurants.
yeah, those were the best days of my life. That's why I still don't do it anymore. Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah.
I was in a deli for like a year, like so not even that long. I still hated it. I have like two big like arm scars from the meat blades.
Meat slicer.
Yeah.
Yeah. They'll
I
get you,
was
dude.
being safe, but somebody else wasn't. So
Yeah.
I had to get a.
No, it's a miserable experience, right? Like I worked harder in restaurants by a large margin than I ever did like writing software. Like it's not
Yeah.
even close, and I made a fraction of the pay. You know.
It's funny, Aaron. I didn't think it sounds like we have a very similar kind of background. I didn't know you went from like restaurants to writing software.
That's exactly what I did. Yeah, I worked retail until I was like 23 or something. Then I did restaurants for 5 years, and then I did 4 or 5 years, and then I did software since last like 3 or 4 years. And I've been writing code since I was a kid, like, but never professionally until like a few years ago.
Same with me. Yeah, it's been about almost 8 years now. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, and a lot of it too was like a lack of confidence, right? Like I could have been writing code like professionally years and years and years ago, but like what am I? I'm just some fucking cook in a restaurant. Like, what am I gonna do? Like apply to a coding job and like be like,
right?
But they all suck. They're all just like get their degrees and they're like, oh, I'll do, and they're all terrible. But
yeah,
like a lot. So much of the industry is confidence. So much of not just the industry, like any industry. You like you have faith in your skills and you say like, hey, I can do this.
But, yeah, that's the way it was for me. I was I don't know if you guys know the chain D'Angelo's. I mean,
we do know that actually. Yeah.
So I was actually a general manager at D'Angelo's for several years in Cape Cod.
Okay.
And I was doing a lot of like, I'll write an inventory program, or I'll like do whatever. I was doing stuff to just make my job easier, scheduling, inventory, stuff like that. And I had this kind of the same thought. Well, I didn't finish college. I went to school for computer and information sciences at UMass. I didn't finish. I was working full time in restaurants. When I got promoted to general manager, I was making decent money. So I was like, I guess this is what I'm going to do. I'll end up being a district manager someday. I'll get to drive a nice Toyota Camry like my district manager does, and I guess this is just it. But then it happened one day where I was like, I know people who didn't go to school, who are in tech, who, for lack of a better word, I could write code around, like I know I can. Yeah. So why aren't I trying? Why aren't I giving this a shot? And then just did I think I did 2 whiteboarding interviews, and then that was it. Somebody offered me a job, and I was like, oh, let's go.
Nice.
Exactly. I did an interview with a medium-ish corporation. I was there a year, and I automated exactly like what they was there to do, and like they're like, why aren't you doing this professionally? And they offered me a full-time salary. Like that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
If you can do it, they'll give you a job, and then that's what matters. Super cool.
What is going on in chat? I glance over, I see some words that are surprising.
I was in the same boat as you. I was like,
I don't agree with any of these words that are going on in chat right now.
My chat is full of degenerates. I think half of chat right now is the people that I live with. So I think, yeah. You can mostly ignore anything by Patrick Hall and.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
And anything with me replying to him, yeah.
I know I look the part, but I don't agree with any of these words. And
I know it's so tough being naturally bald, right? Like you're like, what are you gonna do? Like, I'm a skinhead.
Like, oh, this guy's white. He's got tattoos. He shaves his head, so you must be. And I'm like, no, please.
Yeah.
But that's really cool that the field of kind of computer science and coding is like Aaron and I have talked about this some. Like it's kind of easy to get into. You don't have to always have the degree, right? Like as long as you know what you're doing and you can do your work, you can kind of get into it. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to word this. I mean, I'm not going to say that a degree is useless, but I'll say that I think if I were to tell any kid coming out of like high school right now who says, should I go get a degree in computer science before I start coding, I would say no. Like do a 3-month boot camp or something, or do like if you're passionate about computers and programming, you're just going to spend like a year in like a operating systems class, a year in like a C++ class. It might drain the like will to do this out of you. And by the time you get out of it, you're going to be kind of in the same place you started, because these companies are not looking for somebody, who has operating systems knowledge. They want you to have like React, JavaScript knowledge, So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I have to do like for one of the classes I have coming up, we have to use Python for something, and I have basically no background in anything related to coding or programming. I can like basically set up a spreadsheet in a cool way, but that I have no other.
I mean, that's a lot of people start though, right? Like a lot of people start with like, I inserted a formula into Excel. That was cool. Yeah. Oh, there's a scripting tool in Excel where you can like add your own code, and then I feel like we're going off on like the main topic change.
This is just how this podcast goes.
This is how it works. We talk about what we talk about. We have a general guideline, and mostly we're gonna have a good time talking.
And then people in chat start bringing up the Third Reich or whatever, and then
and then we talk about Hitler for the rest of the stream.
I mean, when you start seeing messages deleted by moderator, that's when things are getting hard.
do we have a mod in there? No, but that's really cool. But yeah, I'm kind of looking at that with like, it's gonna be interesting.
It's interesting. The thing is though, why like intro classes like that, they'll tell you literally what to do, and you can just fucking do it, and it's not that bad. But it's a skill to have like almost in any field these days, right? Like if you're an economics major, if you can if you can code, that's a bonus in almost any fucking job.
Right. Yeah.
Like just write a script and like you can, boom, you're.
I think part of the reason why I got promoted in the restaurant business was like, oh, this guy wrote software to like make the inventory easier. Like you can do it anywhere, and they'll just think you're a bloody genius.
Yeah, that's the thing I've noticed too. Is like
doesn't matter how fucking trivial it is. Yeah.
Like any software coding knowledge, like in any field that's not that, people just are like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the flip side of that is you get those same people calling you at like 8 p.m. They're like, my computer's making a really weird noise. I don't know what it is. Can you help out?
Like, it's like, well, I dropped it off.
Best Buy, dude. Christ.
Dropped it down the stairs. Do you know if there's like a software up there?
Like, it's beeping. It's on fire. I'm like, I don't know. Shut it off.
There's a knife through the screen.
I will say, like, I want to circle back to your recommendation about a high school student making a degree. If you're like let's say you're halfway through a degree, right, and you like want to switch to computer science because you fell in love with the programming class or something. I say stick with it, because having a degree actually like gives you a lot of negotiating power your first few years as a developer.
Certainly.
If you wind up like doing a boot camp out of high school, you're gonna make bottom tier money for the next several years.
Yeah,
it's the only reality, right? Like
I mean, at least a couple years. Certainly, there are people that I know that kind of did the whole like, I'm going to work 6 months here and I'm going to get the experience. Then I'm going to show the next place what I know, and they get like immediately 10, 15, 20K jumps in pay.
That works in Silicon Valley better than it does East Coast. Like this is very geographically like based. I would.
We
say.
live in different times now too. Now with like just being able to be remote. I mean, like my company, we're small like dev shop on the West Coast, but we've actually recently hired 3 people on the East Coast. Like we only have 20 to 30 developers at any given time, and we take people from all over. So you're getting like California money when you're like living in Virginia, and that
you guys hiring? No, East Coast, like we're similar situation, right? We have 15 to 20 devs at any time, and we'll take hiring remote, and like we want skills.
But that's interesting
that is the concept, but like the pay rate is based like on experience, which includes a degree. right? Like you have a degree plus experience that's more money than just experience.
I'll tell you that I don't think, because I've been part of the interviewing process for the last few years, as one of the people to kind of quote unquote go through, I don't think we've ever asked about education as like degrees or anything like that.
That's true. You get like through the first 15-minute like is this a good fit interview. Like that's the only time like degrees will ever be brought up, and then you're like it's all, can you do this, can you do this, can you do this? Exactly.
And we've seen people that will come out of Carnegie Mellon. Maybe that's a bad example because they have a really good tech program, but a really good school, a school with a decent name, and you get them to do some whiteboarding, and they're like, I didn't learn this. I'm like, you didn't learn hash maps? Like, what do you mean? And then you get somebody who's like, oh, I just built this thing like in my own time. Like, look at this site, and you're like, wow, this is amazing. And they get in front of you, and they do incredible code, and you're like, all right, you're gonna beat that guy coming out of school every time.
Dude, back in the 80s/90s, like IBM used to give like bonus points to people who like majored in music, because like if you're like majoring in music and applying to a tech company, they know that you're like interested in the field rather than like just pursuing it for the money. There are so many people these days who like get a degree in computer science and like dig through the classes and can't do shit, and that's just the reality.
Yeah, I guess technically I was a computer science major the summer before I went to college for like 2 weeks. So I've had an interesting college story. So I applied as a physics major, right? Then after I got into UMaine and some other colleges, I switched to computer science. Then like a month before classes started, I switched to chemical engineering, which had been my original intention a while ago, but I switched back to that. So I was a chemical engineering major for about a year. And then the pandemic happened. And in that first semester, I basically, just failed every class, right? I was like, I'm like, the world's ending. I don't care about this. And then I switched to microbiochem, and I was in that for a year. And then now I am finally in economics for a year. So I've had 5 college majors.
Wow.
And somehow I'm okay and gonna somehow graduate remotely.
And finally you're happy, right? Like that's actually a good story, like for people who are prospective college students, right? Like you go through a bunch of bullshit and you find what you want, right?
Right. Yeah. It'd be better if I were like a successful person or something instead of a degenerate player.
Like you're more successful than I was when I was your age. Why is the thing, right? Like I dropped out of college to play chess, right? Like who the fuck does that? And like people can find their paths in different ways.
Yeah, you also did stocks though too.
I did stocks too. Yeah, that helped a lot.
Which is sort of a form of gambling.
Absolutely a form.
It is, yeah. If you can find a way to get an edge against the house, then like why not, right?
Right. That's the thing of being an econ major. People always ask me about the stock market. I'm like, I don't know. I said
nobody knows. Like historically, right? Like the indexes have done much better than like the hedge funds, right? Like that's just the reality.
Yeah, it's interesting because Rex Sinquefield, who obviously does the Sinquefield Cup, St. Louis Chess Club and all that, was one of the major pioneers back in like the 70s or whatever for the passively managed index fund, right? So he got a bunch of hedge funds at that time to start doing passive index funds, and he would always say the quote like, "You can never beat the market" and stuff like that. And so I guess like if you he was one. I thought that was interesting to find that out, that he actually had that much of an impact in investments and index funds like that. And that's where he made all his money. And then now
it's actually kind of interesting. Who was that guy? Was it Luke McShane, who's like a big stock guy who was London, like barely a chess player, but like he's actually like one of the best in the world?
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because obviously when he was a kid, he was like getting coached full time and stuff like that, right? But like he ended up going to college for finance or whatever and worked for some London accounting firm or something like that.
It's actually kind of surprising to me that like that there aren't more finance/chess people, because like it's such a fucking nerdy thing that like you think that people like who are nerds are like also nerds, right? Like,
well, it's funny because as you guys have been talking, I've kind of thought of this. Like 80% of like chess players I know are like comp sci people, right? Or they play poker.
Poker, right?
That's
Right?
true.
It's like
Yeah.
you guys are actually like
Yeah.
classic chess players. I've played like a little bit of poker, and I'm like not into computer science at all. And I'm not. I guess I don't have the chess look, apparently.
Well, I don't know. You're the better chess player, so I would say between the two of us. I don't know how you guys compare. Yeah, you guys must play a lot.
We play a lot, and it's pretty
correct that
rough,
I'm the
right?
better
Like he's
player.
I mean he's like over the board. Like your record is just trash, right? Like it's like 10-9 or something, right?
Right. Yeah. No.
Then, by default, you have the chess look, and we're the ones that
Well, what's funny, I think when Aaron was probably my age, she actually looked relatively similar to me, right? When you
This
had
is
hair.
true, right? Like I had hair, like
Yeah.
believe it or not, yeah.
So you're me in 10 years.
Oh, shit, does that scare you? Like looking into the future?
Like this is what you'll be, Wyatt.
Well, I'm gonna wear a ball cap, I think, or something.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, this is why I wear the war, by the way. Yeah.
What?
No, I think no.
Yeah.
I think you'll do better like life wise than I will, just because you've already like made it farther, you know. I think you won't come
I've made it a
mired
little
into the
farther.
chess the way I will.
You think I'll be higher at chess?
No, I think you won't be like get bogged down into it, right?
Oh,
Like
okay.
you're already understanding like how much of it like bullshit chess is, right? Like,
in a way, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know about you, Aaron, but I had like the crash and burn moment in my life for a few years where I feel like if I were a little bit more successful and that happened, it would have been much worse. Or where I was like, well, shit's already kind of rock bottom. I can crash and burn for a few years and then still kind of go up. So
this is true, yeah.
And White, if you have that crash and burn moment, but you're already, that could be a long climb back up.
I see. So I should crash. I think I went through the crash and burn. I think my 0.6 GPA one semester. I think that might count as the burn.
That might be it. Yeah. The thing is though, like you bounce back and you're focusing like on like your education and professional shit rather than like chess, which is like maybe like where we shouldn't have focused it.
Right. Yeah. Well, no, it was. I mean, obviously, it was like during the pandemic and stuff, and I was not focused on anything, to be honest. Like, I would actually say, like, for me, I think I've always had a reasonably healthy balance, and part of that is learning from you. Obviously, have been right there to tell me, like, hey, don't be a lunatic. And I think that anytime I've been working hard at chess, like, I've also been working hard at school and stuff. Like, for me, it's not been as much of a pendulum, right? Like, I'm sort of either like I'm just like checked out of everything, you know what I mean? Or I'm kind of doing well at everything and I'm kind of, having a healthy balance. So to me, it's never like I'm spending 40 hours on chess and 0 on school. It's like I'm spending 0 hours on school, 0 hours on chess and, 100 hours in bed or something. And then, right. Or something. It's not so jury, but, or then I'm like, 5-6 hours a week on chess and 40 hours on school and, X number of hours with friends. And then I'm, reading some other books. Like for me, it comes in more of those waves. And I think that that's mostly past me, like the kind of crash and burn. But, so I've had a little bit of a different experience, I guess, where it hasn't been they've been more kind of compliments to each other, I guess, in a way, more than it has been. I know from like a X number of hours per week, that makes no sense. But I think just from productivity, like when I'm doing well in school, I'm happier and I'm doing better at chess and working more at. Hi, Strobex. How are you?
Strobex.
Here. Amber. That's cool. But yeah, so I did want to ask, so Aaron, you've played more poker than me, but not as much as Nate, right?
This is probably correct, right? Like I've played I played online from when I was like 18 to let's say 23. I played a good deal of poker online. Very limited poker in person. We had back in Levant, Maine, like this fucking rural ass middle of nowhere place, right? Like there was a poker game going. I played a few times, and I cleaned house because it was like fucking rural Maine. But
says Aaron played cards.
Nobody can even count in Maine. But we I played a good deal of poker, like for compared to the average person, but compared to somebody who's played like a World Series of Poker event, of course not.
Right.
But
Yeah.
you know,
Hey, Jamaican, how are you?
I also don't like the game enough to play it all the fucking time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was a while where that was all I was doing, where it consumed me, and believe it or not, that wasn't the crash and burn time in my life. So yeah.
Yeah.
But if you find, I feel like it's kind of like chess. If you find success early, you end up sticking with it longer, and that's kind of what happened for me. So. But I haven't. I honestly haven't played much. I am not a big fan as somebody who is like into security research and in software. I'm not a huge fan of playing online, so I tend to stay away. Even though I won my package to play in the World Series in 2009, I actually won online. I won on Full Tilt. But yeah, I think I stopped playing, especially after all of that stuff broke with Full Tilt and Howard Lederer and the whole scam that was going on there. I was like, I'm just going to stay away from online.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I've never played online. I've never done any actual money like online poker. Like obviously when I was a kid, you did the stupid little app games or whatever. But
yeah, sure.
I've never done online. No.
I mean, I have friends who are like, oh, I play online, and I'm like, oh, where do you play? And they're like, oh, I have the WSOP app on my phone, and I'm like, no, that's
Oh, I do Zynga Poker,
Yeah, Zynga Poker, exactly. I'm like, no, that's incorrect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still have like Poker Heat on my phone or something because I had a friend. I was driving back from like Acadia National Park or something, and their cell phone wasn't working for some reason, and they were bored, so they took my phone and they downloaded some poker app or something and played on there. Just some stupid little poker game.
Yeah, fascinatingly, online, you play the micro stakes, right? Like the 1 cent, 2 cent. It's like the toughest stakes until the very top level because that's where the bot they test the bots, right? They're nobody's gonna check me here, so let's see what we can do.
Yeah,
and it's kind of fascinating, right? You actually can learn to play solid fundamental optimized game theory poker with online poker. But the thing is you make so much more money playing over the board, or not over the board, over the
I like it, brick and mortar.
Brick and mortar in person poker, right? Live poker.
So there was
drunk and they're shitty and they don't know what they're doing.
There was this trend a couple years back. Some big chess players who were into poker somehow developed this game called Choker that was a combination of chess and poker.
I've seen this.
And first of all, it sounds awful. They need a new name, right?
Choker needs a better name. Yeah,
it's autoerotic asphyxiation poker. Have you guys heard of this? You're like, wait, what?
Yeah,
It's just I don't know if you guys have had any experience with that.
No, I've never heard of it.
I don't even know what the premise is. You win a poker hand, you get an extra piece. I don't know. I don't even understand.
That's exactly it, right? There's a round of poker, and then you play chess, and the winner of the poker hand gets the better material. It's a terrible game because it doesn't make any sense, right? If you're above 1500 level chess, then whoever wins the poker hand wins the game, and it's all random.
Right?
It's nonsense.
Yeah. It was like David Howell playing against some 2400 commentator or something, and then Howell won the poker game anyways. So it's 2700 grandmaster just up a piece against CM Natasha whoever or something, some 2200, and it's just
it was a bad game. It was a bad concept. It was a bad game.
It was a bad name. It was a bad
it
was really, really, really bad.
Yeah.
So other than poker, have either of you guys done kind of other forms of gambling in any sense?
Sports betting for sure. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I played that millionaire tournament in Vegas years and years ago. It was 2013 or something. I think it was October 2013 or 2014 or something. It was the yeah, it was like the big event in the world, right? Like I made my money back playing in the tournament, but I lost so much money getting drunk the night after playing playing blackjack and whatever the fuck else I did.
Yeah. Because this is
Yeah.
Millionaire Chess, right? You were Millionaire Chess 2. I think it was like the second year they had run
No,
that.
it was the first year. I played in the first
Oh, it was
year.
the first year, yeah. Because Maurice actually set that up with one of his friends or something. That ended up only having 3 editions or so. I think it stopped in 2016.
It had three iterations.
As it turns out, people don't want to pay $2,000 entry fees for chess.
Yeah, I played in it because I had won like 20 grand or something in chess like that year. So I'm like I'll play I'll put some of my winnings towards this tournament. But the the venue in general was garbage, right? Like Vegas is a terrible tournament to play in, right? Because it's so fucking loud. It's like you have to like walk through casinos to get to the tournament hall, and like it's loud and distracting. Like you go for a bathroom break, you have to take a shit, and you like go to the bathroom. And like,
One of the 5 times during the event that you have.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah,
well, this was like a 5-day event, so this was like 11.
Oh, so
this is many shits. Like you're taking a shit and you're listening to like hip hop while you're shitting. Like, what is this? It's like
I know
this is not okay.
I'm not a big noise guy either. There was a bird like outside of my window, and I think I threw a fork at it. Not
exactly.
Really,
right?
I wanted to.
Distractions.
Actually, I know.
No, but I mean it's just like Vegas is my favorite place to play. But like when you have a mediocre event and like you're in Vegas, you're gonna waste money.
Because this was the famous blundered the rook in the winning position. You would have qualified.
I was in a winning position, and like winning that game would have meant 10 grand, right? This is brutal. And then I grabbed the wrong piece, and I'm like looking at the guy, and I'm like, can he like? I'm like thinking like, can I get away with dropping the piece and moving another piece? And like, yeah, it's like, no, I can't because I'm not an asshole. But like I of course I availed myself of the free wine bar afterwards.
Did it mean 10K for him as well? Like, was this like a Swiss, or was this just a random pairing?
This was a Swiss. It meant 10K for him as well.
Okay,
he ended up winning 10K and I didn't.
Because if it was just some guy, I'd be like, dude, 2K for you, bro. Just like, can I move this piece?
No, it was just like he was dejected. He was like getting ready to walk away, and like his fucking face lit up when I grabbed the king.
Touch move errors are rough and stuff.
Touch move error, I calculate this. Like I spent 10 minutes on this position, and I grabbed the wrong piece. It's just so idiotic. But
because I remember it was like the first time I went to the chess club in the Bangor area when I was just first getting into chess. So I was like 200 or something. I remember going and Roger was there, and I remember them mentioning your name. Like Gabe asked Brian or Brian asked Gabe, like, "Hey, where's Aaron tonight?" And then Gabe said, "Oh yeah, Aaron just was playing in Vegas and had that tournament and dropped the rook and didn't want to come to chess club."
Yeah,
I'm like, who's this guy who's dropping rooks? I don't care about this Aaron guy. This guy's gonna drop rooks. Of course, at that time, Aaron was almost 2,200. But that was I do remember hearing that, so that was kind of tough. I had just a tournament last Saturday. Somebody and this is always the rule with the podcast. Chess always makes its way back in.
We're chess players, like deeply into our souls. Yeah.
And I was literally just down all the material, and they just touched a pawn and had to move their queen. And I don't even I would have actually considered not just because he had just outplayed me, right? He had just played so well. And so I would have almost considered offering a draw, but it happened so quickly, and he did it, said oh crap, I touched it. I didn't even realize it was a blunder. Right. I guess the queen would have been hanging from the rook. And then he had got up, paused the clock, shaken my hand, and left. And I'm still looking at the board, wait, what is going on? Yeah. And then he's already marked the results on the score sheet, and he had just it was just touched a pawn on h3 that was defended by a rook on c3, and just hung a whole queen for nothing.
It's sad, dude. Over the board chess is heartbreaking. Because you spend so much time is the thing, right? You spend so much time and effort. You can play like most of my tournament winnings came from games where like we're playing like 6-7 hour games, right? Like it's imagine like looking over the board at this guy who played fine for 5 hours and like made a mistake in at like the fifth hour, you know, and they don't have the stamina to continue, and like it's heartbreaking to watch them, but at the same time, like I'm glad I'm not that guy, you know.
I've had these experiences in poker too. You know, like some of my favorite events are multi-day tournaments. But poker, it's not like, okay, you're gonna play one game, you know, you play for 5 hours, then you're gonna come back tomorrow. You know, poker sometimes multi-day events, it could be 12 hours each day you're sitting in that chair. You know, and so there have been events like a couple of years ago at the LA Poker Classic. I was in first place after day one, so I back, you know, I won a huge hand. The end of the night, like the last 10 minutes of day one, I flop a nut flush. I'm in good position. Everybody, you know, and then all of a sudden there's all this action in front of me. There's a bet, there's a raise. It gets down to me. I have the nuts. So I'm like, all right, I'll just call here. Like the board is like awful, you know, but I flop the nuts, right? So there's nothing I'm worried about. Turn, the board doesn't pair. Bet, all in. I call, three-way pot. It's the end of the night. Everyone's bagging their chips. So everyone's coming over, looking at me. My hand holds up. I win the hand. I'm in. You know, they put it in the you know, the newsletter. There's a blogger that's on the Commerce Casino website for the LA Poker Classic that's like, oh, Nate Brady leads the event, you know. So I played 12 and a half hours, whatever, that day. And I come back the next day. I'm super, super hyped. Everyone's coming up to me, talking to me, whatever, because you know, you're the chip leader of the event. And I was probably at almost 2 times the chips as the person in second place. This is a 3-day event. And 6 hours into day 2, I busted for a min cash. You know, so you go from like $1,500 buy-in, you make you know, another 15, you make three grand, as opposed to like the mentality of I played for 12 hours, I'm the chip leader, first place is 150,000, and all of a sudden you're walking home with a min cash.
It's so tough because like when you're the chip leader, right? Like you could fucking sit, right? You could not play a fucking hand for the entire day and like go to the next round, but
sometimes some of these
you don't win, then you can't win the event that way.
Yeah, you can't win the event that way, and some of these events have aggressive blind structures where the blinds go up fast, and you know you have to make some moves. It forces you to make some moves, but I just couldn't win another flip. Every tournament I've won, every big tournament that I've won, there were several moments in the tournament where I had to win a coin flip. Right. And that's the case for almost everybody that plays like this. You're all in. I have ace king. They have pocket jacks. It's essentially a flip.
You can't win a tournament without making a move. Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, you have to win several coin flips. So there's a lot of luck involved. But you have to also be able to be in the position to win those coin flips. You can't just play like crap, you know. So
that's the thing I've noticed with some of like the no limit stuff is like people get like when I've watched it on TV or online, like you almost sort of get, I guess it's the term like trapped or something, right? Like you get in and you're already pretty heavily into the hand, and then your opponent kind of goes crazy, right? And then you're like, well, do I just like admit that I just lost a bajillion chips already? I'm just gonna, or do I need to like, do I have a good pocket hand here, and I need to like be calling this, and then they get lucky, and then you're done.
There's a concept of odds, right? Like are you invested enough to like where you, even if you're worse, like you need to take the gamble, and sometimes like
that's the problem with being a pure gambler and a poker player, is that a lot of times you will make those calls when you absolutely know you should not.
You know? That's true too.
So you're like a strong poker player. You understand the odds. You understand you should be folding here most of the time, but you're like, well, if I win here, you know, this is going to propel me. You know, I'll finish top 9, I'll make final table money, whatever, and you take that gamble. So
the thing is too, like sometimes your opponent has like ace king or something, right? Like a lot of the time, right? Like ace king is not that uncommon of a hand, and like they're even money against most things. And usually they have a bet in, so they have to call, right?
You always got to factor in. So this, I guess this is going like a little bit advanced poker game theory here, but like you always have to factor that into the pot odds. Like you have to factor in your opponent's range. You know, what story is he telling? Like does he ever have ace king here? Like what to put range him and then make those decisions instead of like, it's a very random hand and you're just like, maybe he has ace king. Well, like, why does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like if you raise pre-flop and you got 5 callers, likely there are some aces in there or some whatever, but yeah, you have to arrange your opponent. You can't
because that's something I heard of, like when my friends were kind of interested in poker and they wanted to do a poker night or something. So I was like, oh, let me just like look up what poker is. So I bought like a book or something, and then I looked on, and it was like there's like a program, right? It's like Equilab or something that some of the poker players
Equilab's the big one. There are many of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and like it's like this graph, and there's like this like diagonal down for all like the pocket pairs, and then there's like the arrow. It almost looks like it's like an arrow, like a bow and arrow, like where it's filled in across the.
Used to be, was it Poker Stove? I forget what the top one was for a while. It was Stove something.
I'm not sure. The one I have is like free. Just some...
Yeah, Equilab came out in the last like 5 years or something. And it's
really?
like taken over. Yeah.
Okay. So I used to in between my gap of I don't know if I've ever told you this. I mentioned it on my stream a few times, but when I first moved to California, I was just playing poker. I wanted to just take a break from, I was working in restaurants for over 10 years at that time. My wife got a decent job out here. So, we came out here. I was like, I'm just going to play poker for a little while. And then, you have bad days in poker. So to support that, I was like, I'll start dealing as well. I'm always at the casino.
Okay.
So I started dealing and flooring in a casino in Southern California. And I met a lot of like, at the time, the top players, like the Michael Mizrakis, like those types of players that were kind of like hot at the time.
Yeah, Big Mouth Mike, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that was Matisow, right?
Oh, Madison. Yeah, I would get this so confused. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, is that the guy who's like known for kind of being a trash talker?
Madison.
There's a lot of them. Yeah, but
okay, there is a lot of them, but yeah.
Of the Mikes, that would be Matisow.
Yeah.
Phil Hellmuth is the guy that I think is most well known for being the trash talker.
I'm addicted to watching Tony G.
Tony G, yeah.
I love watching his
yeah. Isn't he like a fucking politician now or something?
He's literally in the like Lithuanian like
wow.
And I saw a fucking like him on some news station, and because I'm used to seeing him just like doing this crazy like poker stuff. He's just like talking to people, getting in people's face. And he like literally just sits there on TV and just like has a conversation about politics. And it's like,
it's nonsense, right? Like the guy's like, "Get on your fucking bike, you Russian!" And then he's like a politician.
Actually, like
he's
like this intelligent. Like
he's like actually like a regular guy.
Yeah, it's just like really.
Yeah,
that is interesting.
Yeah, but you were saying something.
I don't remember. I was saying words. There were words.
Like Matisow, Southern California.
Anyway.
We're dealing in California, yeah.
Yeah, I was seeing, like I was in a casino like 12 to 15 hours a day, and I was seeing, I was dealing 35 to 40 hands an hour, and then I'm seeing 40 hands an hour, and you start picking that stuff up. I mean, I imagine it's like chess where if you just keep playing and playing, even if you're not studying theory, like eventually you're just going to start picking things up.
Sure. Yeah.
This is true. Like you analyze chess games, right? Like without playing, like that's actually the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Like you see what works and what doesn't, and you can adopt that.
Yeah, and that's interesting. Yeah, you did that as your job and got to see more. And it was kind of funny, like because I was on a Zoom call with Aaron and Ben Amar, who's a good friend of ours, like last night, and like we were just having fun, and like without any design, ended up basically doing 2.5 hours of calculation puzzles, and had no intention of doing that, right? Because I was just like, oh, I have this.
Let's talk to my friends. Yeah,
let's look at this book, and then we're ended up spending like 45 minutes on a puzzle where the book had the solution wrong because the book was from 2004.
Right. Yeah.
So
we found like a better solution to the puzzle, sort of.
Yeah, it was
sort of. Yeah.
And it's just kind of interesting because I wouldn't think like, oh, I spent like my Friday night like studying chess and analyzing. I was just like with my friends, and then somehow ended up doing that, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is really the secret to chess improvement is just stick around with your friends and make it somewhat chess related, and then you get good at chess.
No, I mean the secret to improvement in anything is just fucking enjoying what you're like the improvement
Right.
process,
Yeah.
right? Like if you're not like if you're lifting weights and you like fucking hate it, you're not going to do it a long time, and you're not going to get strong, right? If you're analyzing chess games, you're like, this is the fucking most awful thing you've ever done. You're going to be a shit chess player, right? You have to enjoy the improvement process.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. So you said you did so actually just through your story I kind of made a connection. Is that why you like the Patriots because are you from Massachusetts?
Yeah, I'm from Massachusetts.
Okay, that makes more sense. It's like, who's this like random guy from the West Coast who's just like loves the Patriots? You were on the stream, you asked like 4 or 5 times, hey, what's the Pat score? I'm like, aren't you like from the Rocky Mountains? Like, what the hell are you talking about?
No.
The Rocky Mountains in California, is that a new thing,
Or
Wyatt?
something. Yeah, I didn't know you were specifically from California actually until like 40 minutes ago. But
so I'm from Massachusetts. I lived in Massachusetts for 30 years and then moved out to California. But yeah, I mean, last name Brady, Patriots.
Sure.
Massachusetts.
Yeah, like you're obviously his cousin, right?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. And then a huge, but my first love is baseball, so I'm a huge Red Sox fan. So
yeah, no, fuck the Red Sox though.
So did you hear about what was that? I saw a headline. It was like the Astros, some cheating scandal there in baseball.
Yeah, they had anal beads, and they were getting alerted every time there was a curveball or a fastball coming. Yeah. I mean, actually, kind of similar to the chess scandal in what people thought was happening, which in their case was really happening, was whenever pitchers tip their pitches often, either they tip their pitches or the signs are easily readable from somewhere else in the stadium, so you know whether an inside fastball is coming or a curveball is coming or whatever. And having that information ahead of time is huge, because a lot of times for a batter, if you make the guess and you guess correctly, it's wildly beneficial for you. So what was happening with the Astros was there was a dude in the clubhouse who would like hit a garbage barrel very loudly in the clubhouse if there was like a fastball coming, and that noise would travel to the batter, and the batter would hear, oh, there's a fastball coming. But then the real conspiracy, so I mean, they were obviously cheating. The MLB did an investigation, found that they were cheating. They fined some players. They suspended some coaches for a year. But there was one of the players, I think it was Altuve, there was a moment in the playoffs where he was like running home, or he scored the winning, it was like a walk-off run or something. Yeah. And they were like ripping his shirt off. And there was a device like taped like on him, like on his chest. And he was trying to stop them from ripping his shirt off because they were like ripping his shirt off in excitement. So it's pretty wild, like situation. Like imagine like Hans wins like the match against Magnus, and people are like mobbing him, grabbing his butt, and like fucking something falls out of his ear and a wire pops out of it. You're like, fuck.
They're like you're reaching up his ass and like pulling out.
Exactly. Yeah, like you do.
Yeah. So very similar.
That's interesting.
That's cool. Not cool. It's obviously like miserable that people are doing that, but
And there's actually, I don't know if you guys know about the huge poker scandal that's been kind of like.
I saw that. I'm like still skeptical, right? Like I don't know anything about this fucking like obviously I know Garrett, right? He's like one of the strongest like no limit cash players in the world, but
so
he had this weird interaction with this woman, right? Who's like she makes I've seen the hand, right? She makes like this absolutely like fucking bonkers bizarre call with fucking Jack High.
Like makes no sense.
It doesn't. It's like the most idiotic play you'd ever think of in the world.
And then her story changes like 5 times. But
at the end of the day, like people do this. Like people are fucking idiots at the poker table.
So this is the thing. Like people immediately, and I had to fight this off myself with the whole like Hans and Carlson thing, because you immediately kind of like back the person that you admire more or trust more or whatever. Sure. And so that's why I was like, oh, Hans must have cheated. Look at, Carlson, whatever. This is kind of the same situation that happened in poker where, people people really love him and they respect his game or whatever, and they were like, oh, she was clearly cheating. But from somebody who literally like sat in a casino and watched people, because I could just sit there, not even, I'm not focusing on a hand or whatever when I'm dealing, I'm just watching people. I can say that this happens way more often than people understand. Not only do people like make the most bonkers calls you've ever seen, but they will lie about it because they're so damn embarrassed about making the call and winning the hand. If you make the call and you lose the hand, and I've done this before too, because I've made like, 10 high calls because I thought the other person, missed a straight with 6-5. I like narrowed them to one hand. I convinced myself they could only have 6-5 here. I call with 10 high and I'm wrong. I turn the cards over. I'm wrong. I lose the money and go, I'm a fucking idiot. That's
how often do you think this happens with people who like don't think, right? They're like, they don't even like base their choices on fucking reality. They're just like, I don't want to give this hand up.
Yeah,
like, that's it.
So that's what happens. That is what I believe happened here is that she made a terrible call. She should never call there. Okay, there's no way she'd ever range him on the hand that he has. Like she wasn't ranged. That's the thing. Also, she's an amateur.
Yeah,
she's not ranging him. She's not making any. She's not thinking about how the hand played out or what the story was or anything like that. She simply makes the call. She wins the hand. She comes up with some bullshit reasoning that changes several times because she kept making
because
it
she
up.
doesn't like get it. She doesn't like. She didn't have a real thing, right?
Right. And probably a little bit of embarrassment. And then, from what I understand, what happened behind the scenes was there was some pressure to give the money back, and
she fucking did.
She did, and there was nobody there, kind of like on her side. It was like a bunch of these really well-respected male poker players who were kind of like, "You need to give this money back, till we can figure this thing out, whatever." So yeah, that was a really tough one. But I still don't. I mean, obviously we don't know, but I don't believe she cheated. I think it's really wild for professionals to come out and say she's definitely cheating. Doesn't make any sense.
It's the tough thing is like a year ago. Who was that guy's name? Mike.
Apostle.
Mike Apostle, right? Like he.
Apostle.
He was cheating, like almost never proven, right? But like almost 100% cheating, right? Like
yeah.
He what did he win like almost 30 games like in a row without like taking a loss or something? Like,
it was one of those things where if like you were cheating online, you can easily find out that you're cheating online because you look at your win rate, you look at the games that you bet, like you can see it online. Like,
it's like you like regression analysis and like this guy's fucking cheating, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. So
not only that, like not only like was he like beating like what humans are capable of, but he was beating like what computers are capable of with limited knowledge, right? Like he knew that. He knew the whole cards.
And over a huge sample size. It wasn't like it was one hand, It was like a huge sample size of games. There was plenty of data,
Like he was making calls with like bad cards when both people had like ace king or something. Like that was the big one for me, right? Like
was that
like
the 8-4? I think he had 8-4, like one
of
those.
They both had ace king, and like he's a slight favorite because they had ace king exactly.
Because they have each other's outs. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. It was nonsense. But like anyway, like that was like the poker scandal that like made people think about cheating, and now like everybody's paranoid about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same way I am online when I'm playing chess. Like I'm not a strong chess player, but every time I lose, I'm like, God damn it, this cheating son of a bitch. Like it doesn't make any sense.
It's so tricky, right? Because everybody, the fucking palm of their fucking fingertips has the answer, like the real mathematical answer.
Yeah. So definitely harder when you're in a brick and mortar casino and you're playing poker. And what's interesting is I know the guy that runs. I used to play a lot of poker with Ryan Feldman, who is the guy who runs that game where that particular thing happened. And I feel really bad for him because now there's a huge investigation because it's either like, well, how is she cheating? Somebody is on the inside, like giving her information, like telling her his whole cards. But this is the major problem I have with this hand is even if you know what his cards are on the turn where she made the call where they get all the money in, I absolutely never make that call. It's still almost a coin flip for like an extra 100,000. It's like garbage. A pure gamble. You know, you have to know exactly what card is coming, and people don't understand. They're like, she could have an RFID reader, like, because they use those RFID cards. That technology doesn't exist where you have an RFID reader that is like 10 feet away from like a deck of cards that is this thin, and you can tell the order of the cards like remaining in the deck. Like you have to, because the top card is the burn card, right? Like so, and then the card under that is the river card. And so they're saying that she has the technology, this random girl has the technology that doesn't exist yet to determine what the river card is. It's just
no, the accusation, it's, you know, she shouldn't have been in that game, like, to begin with, but like, right. You know.
But I mean, they want her in that game. I mean, like that's why, of course. That's why those guys go to that game, and that's part of like Ryan and I forget who the other guy that runs the game and the people that host the game. It's their job to get a couple of fish that are going to be entertaining and a couple of regular poker. If they hosted that game and it was streaming every night and it was a bunch of guys that knew each other and knew how to play and there weren't going to be like these hands, nobody would watch it.
So fucking boring. Like they're just like not making moves the entire fucking night.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want somebody who's going to shove with 10-4 and you're going to be like, what the hell is happening? Like that's what makes good streams. And that's why those people get those players. And now you're like, as far as I'm concerned, it's like ruins the game. If people are like, oh, she was cheating, whatever. Because then that means if I'm in a situation like she was, and I'm playing against that guy, and I want to make a 10 high call, like I now have to. My range is now, I call and I'm wrong, I call and I'm right, I call and I'm right, and I'm labeled a cheater, and I have to deal with that. You know, so those are my three options. You know, this sucks. I think it's very bad for the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
no, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You
go ahead. You fucking. I was gonna say some bullshit. You go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So you mentioned you did some sports betting.
Yeah.
How much have you done of that?
Not a lot. I like any gambler. I think I like started betting. You know, I started doing sports betting a little bit, and then I got into like parlays, and that's how you just your sports betting career ends. Because you see the potential for these like massive gains with these 4 or 5 game parlays, and yeah, so that ended pretty quickly. I was not successful at that.
Not successful.
It's I think it's the same thing that every kind of like statistical minded, mathematical minded person goes through. You're just looking for ways, designs, things that you can do to like beat the game, and you come up with all of these different patterns. You read a ton of different books. You try your own things, and you run out of money because none of them work. So that's kind of what happened to me there.
Yeah, the trick is like smart people. Like if you're smart but not in like the top like 0.1%, like you're fucked. You know, like some people are making money. Most of the money is made by the house.
Yeah.
Like if you're not head and shoulders above like everybody else, you're fucked.
Yep. It reminds me of, since this is on the topic of gambling, you guys remember the what was it called, 21, the movie with Kevin Spacey and the MIT card counting team?
Yeah.
So like for people who don't know, like the plot of the movie is there's based on a real card counting team. This team at MIT led by some professor figures out a way to beat blackjack using, counts of like what are the cards that are left in the deck, and so they know when to like bet more or bet less or whatever, and it supposedly gives you an edge in the game. Well, it's actually absolute nonsense. Like you can get like these slight advantages in the game, but you still do not end up beating the house in games. And so I remember when the movie came out, I was actually working in the casinos at the time, I believe. And I was talking with like one of the higher floor, pit managers in blackjack. And I'm like, how do you guys feel like about this like card counting movie? Like it must like does it worry you? Like whatever. And they're like, no, like it's actually great for us because people come in here and think that you can beat the game. And I'm like, oh, like I thought I've heard like people say like, oh, you can get kicked out of the casino for like card counting and stuff. And he's like, no, it's bullshit. Like you'll get kicked out for like other reasons. You'll get kicked out if we think you're card counting and we think you're like making very minimal bets until you're like ready to make a big bet. If there's other fish behind you, like waiting to get in the game. Like if it's a very busy night and we're like, we would rather have somebody that's going to make us money faster like in the game, but otherwise it's complete bullshit. Like we'll let you sit there all night. Like good luck. Like
you literally need a team to like actually make money at blackjack.
Yeah. And he's like, the only reason we don't let you like sit down with like a notepad or something is because we don't want other people to realize that it's actually bullshit. Because if we sat down there and let you have like a notepad and look like you're calculating and we just like allow this to happen, it would look like we believe that like obviously this doesn't matter. But if we put on the guise of like no card counting, no whatever, people think they can get away with it. And, you know, we have all of these suckers that we're dealing with. So that's some inside information from the casino industry.
So card counting in blackjack is basically just categorically doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Yeah, it's
mathematically does, though, right? Like fraction of a point, like fraction of a percentage point, like for an individual.
It doesn't beat the house. Like it increases your chances of winning. It increases your chances in the game. So like I think mathematically right. Like it's somewhere like around 52-48 house or something like that.
Right.
They're playing, you know, however many hands.
If it's random, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought it was like 50.5 to 40.
It might even be. I think
49.9. Like if you're a card counter, like I thought
right.
you had like slight advantage against the host.
No,
if they stand on 17. If they stand on 17, right?
I think it's like depends on the house rules, but the house rules now everywhere are going to be such that you're never ever going to get that advantage.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the things I noticed when I went to the casino for the first time in Bangor was they had the continuous shuffle machines.
Oh, interesting.
So if you know, in this world, obviously, where like the card counting isn't really working, what's kind of, is that still part of the geese of like, oh, we're going to invest in the shuffle machines to?
I mean, I feel like it would be. I mean, most places that I've, you know, even in Vegas, I think there's still a lot of places that do 8-card shoes, but then they even advertise single deck blackjack. Like it's supposed to be like this huge draw, right? Because it's like super easy to count like the cards left in the deck and single deck, right? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if the game is being played on the floor of a casino, you're not getting an edge. Like that's just the bottom line, you know.
Or I don't know. I feel like you could be getting an edge, and like most people are just like bad at it, right? Like I feel like if the average person isn't getting an edge, that's a win for the casino, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
like even if like theoretically like the perfect mathematician could win, and like most people think they're winning and they're losing, that's a win, right?
Like maybe a computer, but I'll tell you, like so a lot of my early programming was simulating bullshit like this, right?
Yeah.
Simulating different betting patterns and things like that, and just running it through the computer. And I can tell you, like, just watching my like outputs of like, you know, there goes my 10 grand. Now I'm negative 40, negative 8, you know what I mean? And just like, you know, so, I mean, I don't know where the theory is like today, like maybe there's tweaks or whatever that have happened that has changed the odds. But, so I'm not 100% up on it. I just know from the inside, from pit managers, they're like,
yeah, like overall, it doesn't like lose money, you know.
Yeah.
Like actually, like these, it's kind of interesting because I've watched some like YouTube streams of people who are like card counters, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna get hit at this casino," and like they're very apparently not, and they're just like, they do it for the views because like they make more money from YouTube videos than they do from the card counting.
It's totally that, and the same with the people that write the books, right?
Yeah,
well, why are you writing a book? Like,
if you could just hide it to yourself, right? Yeah.
You would just keep it to yourself. Why are you writing a book that's going to get published, that's going to get put out in the world? You know, that if we're actually true, the casinos would put an end to that. It would change the game in some way to make that impossible.
It's the exact same thing as these like pump and dump fucking newsletters
It's exactly
for stock markets. Yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly that. So a lot of overlap there. Yep. And
Yeah.
it's same with like poker master classes. I mean, there's definitely ways to improve in poker, but you know, these guys are making sure money when you're buying their $45 master class, you know,
as opposed to like sometimes they lose like their fucking shirt, you know,
as opposed to
which happens, right? Like,
yeah, the best tournament players. I remember. I mean, this was maybe 10 years ago when I really cared about this. Is like the top players in the world who would play tournaments all the time would play like multi-table, like 300, 400, 500 person tournaments. The best players are only cashing in those tournaments about 10% of the time.
It's worse since then because like people are like they have solvers now. Like people are like so fucking good at poker now.
Yep.
It's
I mean,
crazy.
I know I used to have people like when I dealt a lot, I would always try and do the calculations. Like, you know, if he has ace king, is this, here's how many outs he has, multiply it by 2%, subtract the number of outs that are left and whatever. And I would have people like pull up their solver and I would say things like, oh, it's 64-36. And they'd be like, oh yeah, it's just 62-38. Like it's super easy to do that, but it's still 62-38. It's kind of a coin flip. I mean, even aces are not like your all-in pre-flop are not a sure thing. So even the best players in the world, we're only cashing about 10-12% of the time. And then the money for them comes from like when I'm in the money, that 10 to 12% of the time, it's how high can I climb?
Dude, when you're talking about like seven figures, a fucking percentage point is $1,000.
Exactly.
You know, it's a shitload of money. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where their money comes from, and it's being able to do that at very high stakes, and then being able to take advantage of the thing I really like about playing high stakes, especially in like local casinos like LA. You play like even a buy-in as low as 1,500, and I say as low, that's really high to some people, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at
it is
1,500. So like a $1,500 buy-in, there's going to be people that are playing in that tournament that it's their one bullet. You know, it's I worked 3 months or longer, whatever, to save up to come play in this, and my whole tournament is, this 1,500. I need to make this work. I need to win this. I need to make the money. I need to at least min cash. I can't lose this money. And so these pros are factoring that in those games. So they're able to play in those big games. Where like if you play a $50 tournament, it's harder to like maybe bluff somebody off their hand, because it's like, bro, it's $50. I call,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Damn it. You got me. So
when I played with my friends, they wanted to do we did like these $10 buy-ins, and it was one time we were doing it and we were about halfway through the game, and then someone was like, let's call this like a practice round. And I was like dominating the game, right? I'm literally 75% of the chips at a 10-person table. And I'm just like losing my shit. Like, what do we do? I'm like, I'm dominating.
I can't play in home games anymore. Like once you get to like a certain level, and maybe this is the case for chess too, you guys can speak to this. Like, you don't want to be like spending your night like playing 600s or whatever.
It depends on the game, right? Like I had a home game in Levan. Like, the players are trash because it's fucking mean, but like the game is legit because people know that like you can't screw around.
Yeah.
And like if you have faith in the home game, this is different than US chess, right? Because US chess, there are guidelines from like on high, right? There's some like fucking governing body that's like, this is a USCF rated event, and so like you can't fuck around with it.
Yeah.
But like with poker, it's like it's all bullshit, right? Like it's all like you have to like sneak around to like circumvent the law.
Yeah, but well, what I was getting at was I can't play home games for like. So the other night, and I did end up playing it because there's a new neighbor across the street. Like, I have a $25 home game, and I'm like, I'll go fuck around. But like the 5 people that are there, nobody can deal. Nobody understands like the game. Like people are like, oh, I'll put like, I put the flop out, I'll put 4 cards out, or like I'll put whatever, and I'm like, I can't play this game. Like it's not even fun for me. Like people are like, oh, you love poker, come play in our like.
Yeah, it's just not even
like
you're the dealer and also don't win any money, right? Like
I had somebody who tried to build a 6-card hand against me.
Yeah. Like just nonsense like that. Like, oh, can I do this or like, and so my job becomes like, well, my entire night is just like explaining this game to people, and that's I'd rather, if I'm gonna spend 6 hours playing, I'd rather go play. I'd rather go
at the casino, right? Like, yeah.
So it's hard. Like, I have a very hard time playing. Like, people invite me to like, oh, we're having a $20 buy-in, and I'm like, man, can I just go and drink? Like, I'll watch you guys, but being involved in it.
They're like funny as fuck. Yeah.
It's hard because then you spend a night, you're playing like, so I used to play 5-5 at the bicycle casino in LA.
When you say, sorry to cut
you off. Did you really play the bicycle?
Huh?
Did you really play the bicycle?
I play the bicycle all the time. Yeah.
That's fucking awesome, dude. Club? Good for you.
Something?
What's that?
Is that a famous bicycle? Is that like a famous?
It's a. I mean, I don't know how famous it is. Like,
it's semi-famous, yeah.
Yeah. So I used to play on Live at the Bike a lot. So it was like a streamed, kind of like where the cheating scandal came from. Actually,
I used to watch the Bike a lot.
Ryan was running that game. So it's funny, Cheesemate, you might have actually seen me before.
I probably seen you in a hand and like didn't recognize you. Yeah.
I've had some really good I've had some really good events like playing at Live at the Bike. But you go and you play, you play a 5K buy-in game, and there's, 75K on the board, and then people are like, you want to come play for $10? And there's like $35 on the table and like $8 in quarters, and you're like, and nobody knows what they're doing. There's no dealer. You have to explain this. People are getting into an argument, and you're like imagine explaining to somebody like a chess rule like en passant, and they're like, no, you're wrong.
It happens. It's bullshit. Yeah. It's fucking annoying. Yeah.
And they're like, you're wrong. You can't do that. You can't. That's not how pawns capture. And you're like, right. No, like me.
I'm literally like almost a master. Like,
just please. Can you please just trust me on this? And they're just like, no, I'm sorry. Like, I know you know what you're doing, but you're actually wrong on this.
Yeah, we had this like 35-minute discussion with my friends, like about like there was like a hand that happened. Somebody was convinced. Obviously, there's the term like kicker, right?
Yeah.
But they were trying to use a kicker as like their like 7th card, like 6th and 7th card in a hand, right? So like there was like this identity. Yeah, they were like,
interesting.
There was like these identical hand that happened, and they're like, yeah, but I can use this card as a kick card. But of course, it was also a community card as well, so it didn't matter, right? Because I had the same card, and they're like, yeah, but I know you have a full house too, but I have 8 kicker.
Oh, a full house with a kicker. Oh, that's incredible.
I'm like,
yeah,
and the hand is the same card in the middle that I also have.
Revolutionizing poker here.
So when I dealt at the casino, I mean, like everything I do, like I get super passionate about it, and so when I dealt at the casino, there's this group called the TDA. I actually forget what it stands for now, but it's like the Tournament Directors Association, and they print like a stack of rules of poker, and I'm like, when I started. Quick aside, when I used to play Magic the Gathering, I was
I play Magic the Gathering. Holy shit.
I used to get the rule book like this, and I would literally like just read the rule book. I'm like, okay, rule 29A, banding is when, and like I would get like really into the weeds. Yeah,
Wait, so you were like an OG? No, you were like in the 90s Magic.
Oh yeah, I was 95, which would have been like I think a year or two after Magic started was when
Buck. So you're like nothing compared to this guy, Wyatt.
Wait, when did you stop playing?
I mean, so I was actually like top 100 in the world in like a couple of seasons ago on drafting on Magic Arena.
Wait, you do Arena?
You actually do Arena?
Yeah, I used to play Arena.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
I still kind of play. The thing is, I just don't keep up with the sets anymore. Like, so if there's like new mechanics that come out, somebody is like, I'm glad that the rules are like printed on the cards for like new mechanics because I have no idea. But like, I haven't stopped playing in 20. I had a Cat Magic deck. I love it. Cat Magic.
No, I played in the Arena Open earlier today, and I was like like very close to the day 2 qualification and just like totally blanked, right? Like I actually could have just like cast removal on like their like creature and just won. And I like literally just like picked like this like other creature that had lifelink because I was like hallucinated that by killing that, right? It was like a -2/-2 spell, and I could have just killed a creature, but I'm like, oh, I'll just pump down the lifelink creature, and then he doesn't gain enough life, and I win the game. But like, no, he just gets to block with 2 creatures now, and I missed qualification over that.
So I can actually tie in. I have a Magic cheating story that happened to us
it fucking happens all the time
in the Boston Grand Prix. Yeah, so I'll get to that story in a second. I guess I can kind of end. We know where I'm going with this. Like, I would read the rule books, and like people still wouldn't. Even in the casino, like they would call the floor. I'd be like, "Trust me, like I know the rules." Like, no, call the floor. And I would we'd have to pause the game for 5 minutes. The floor would come over, and the floor would say the same thing, and then they would be like, "I don't think that's right." I'm like, "Dude, you are playing with $35 in front of you. Like, come on, like settle down." But real quick, back to Magic. So we were playing in the Grand Prix. So I used to be a DCI judge.
Really?
And we used to play like Grand Prix stuff for a while.
Okay.
Because I was like super into rules. Like it's kind of like programming. It's like super into the structure and like knowing that there's a definitive answer. Which is I think why I like puzzles and chess more than like other things, because I like the definitive answer kind of thing.
Sure. Okay.
So we were playing 3-headed Magic, which is like it's 3 versus 3, and there used to be a rule, probably still is a rule in like live play, is that if your opponent's deck has under 60 cards, it's a game loss. Like so it's usually a match, like best of 3, and if for some reason like you're counting your opponent's deck and their deck is short, meaning they're trying to probably draw, like get better odds.
I see. When you start the game.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I thought you were saying like, oh, if I go below 60 during the game.
No.
Really?
No. So like 60 card is the minimum. Like,
right. It's still the minimum now.
In competitive play, unless drafting, I think it's 40.
Drafting is 40. Yep.
So it happened to us twice with the same team, or actually no, it was the same team. It happened twice. It happened to us once, and then with the same team, it happened again. But it was my buddy was on my left. The guy counted the cards out, 59 cards, called the judge over. We got a game loss. I'm like, and of course I'm like pissed at my buddy, like I'm like, what the hell, man? Like count your freaking cards. Why do you only have 59? Like what's missing? And he looks through and he pairs his cards. He's got 4 of this, 4 of that, 3 of this, and he's like, what the fuck? Like there's no way. Like I would never run like only 3 Swords to Plowshares or whatever it was, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So like he finds another one in his deck box, he puts it in, whatever. We're like leaving that day, and we find the card like on the floor, like on the opposite side of him, right? Like so we were like playing this way, and it was behind him on the floor.
You think the guy friggin'?
We know he did it to other people. As he's counting, he drops one card on the floor and he kicks it, and he shot it under the floor. And then the team starts with a huge handicap because it's an automatic game loss.
Get fucked. That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, and of course we found out like after, because it happened to them again.
So there was a video I was watching of somebody who would like intentionally did shuffling tricks to force cards like to the top.
Sure.
And it was funny because he did that. He put his opponent's like Jace on top and had Emrakul or whatever in play, and the Jace like just didn't help him.
Yeah.
But then he could have like attacked like for lethal for his like just to kill his opponent, but like chose to attack the Jace, and then in the interview after said, "Oh, why would I do something weird to force Jace to the top if I thought it was a threat?" So he like didn't kill his opponent to like cover up his cheating. It was the most bizarre.
People are good at cheating. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks, but people are really good at cheating, and people are also really shitty.
The thing is, it's easy, right? Like, it's not actually even that difficult to cheat. Like, if you circumvent the system, nobody's fucking paying attention.
Well, like Magic is like bad too, because that guy could even just like be like, like obviously it happened multiple times, so you guys know kind of what happened. But he could, like, if the judge like saw that, he'd be like, "Oh, sorry, I was just was shuffling and it just kind of fell."
Yeah.
Like Magic's very
Yeah.
hard to do that. Like chess, it's like move accuracy.
No,
Obviously,
even
stuff.
chess is bullshit, right? Like, you
Right,
can get so
it's-
fucking lucky. You can get
Yeah.
so lucky in anything.
Yeah.
But I mean, at least with chess, there's like there's a, they can still look at like move accuracy and do like whatever normal distribution analysis, and you're like getting way too many like games above whatever percent accuracy.
But like that's the thing I would maybe you guys know this, or maybe that professor, that statistics professor, or whoever
Ken Reagan
talked about this, but like a game where you get only helped once, like how do you ever identify that?
So what they do, there's a couple different ways they do this, and Ken Reagan's system is pretty different from the ones used by kind of Lee Chess and Chess.com. Basically what we know of those, because the Chess.com one's not like fully released.
It's not public at all, yeah.
Right. Like one of the methods is basically like anomaly analysis, and it's like if you're beating people like at a certain rating band above you, like just 3 times the rate you should be for your rating. Now, I don't know what the process is to like determine, like I assume if you're cheating, your rating's obviously inflated a bit too, right? So I don't know exactly how they figure out what your rating is.
Yeah, but like what I mean is, the situation where you're doing it once, like you're never gonna, like you're literally cheating. You're cheating. You're doing it one move in one event, in one game. You're never gonna.
No, you're not getting caught. You just like get away with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's crazy. Like what other
game,
thing can you do that in, where it's just like such an obvious, like I definitely need the best move here. You grab it, you do it once, you never get caught. Like that's so.
There are very few things where that's like the case, right? Like in poker, like you don't know what the critical move is usually.
Right.
In most games of perfect information, like the critical move like can happen multiple times a game. In chess, it's maybe once or twice a game. Like chess is the perfect like cheating system, actually.
Yeah,
crazy.
In poker, you got to make a call. Your heads up. This is the call for the tournament. You either finish first or second. But like imagine that same scenario in chess. You're good. You're really good. It's down. It's a Swiss. It's the final 2. You need one answer here. You didn't cheat in the tournament, but now you just need your answer here, and you can do it and just not get caught. It's just so infuriating to me.
So there was like mathematically, it's so tough to know like when the correct moment is, but intuitively, it's so easy, right? Like if you're even like over, like you're not even a master, like you're over 2,000, you can know what the critical moment in a game is. Like you can fucking know when you need to cheat.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like even Ken Reagan, as much as I obviously like respect him, and I'm sure he's like I'm sure he's very good at what he does. But like he was talking about how he's trying to identify that algorithmically, and he was talking about it. I'm like, no, like you're not like using. He's like using like difference in like I don't know like material level. I was like, what do you know?
You don't
like,
get it, right? Like there's one moment in a game in most games, and like most reasonably okay players know what it is.
Yeah. But I mean, the flip side of that is like I can't tell you how many times like I've made like a brilliant move that I had no idea was brilliant or why it was brilliant. I'm like such an idiot sometimes that I find like the most brilliant move because the way I thought about it was so like ass backwards that I still got the right answer, but for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
So.
Dude, fucking join the club, all of us. But
Yeah. There was a funny story. I saw some YouTube video of a guy cheating at Magic, and he had turn 2 played an Explore, right, which allows you to draw a card and then you can play an additional land.
Yeah.
So he did that, drew the card, played the land. Next turn he plays another Explore, but he draws 2 cards and then plays 2 additional lands. And then the camera guy like confronts him and says, "Hey, what are you doing, man?" And the guy goes, "See, two Explorers," and points to his graveyard and says, "See, I played 2 of these." And the cameraman goes, "Oh yeah, that's right." And got away with it and got like an additional card and land play.
But there's like no way like that has to be like an accident, like just being like dumb. Like
No, but this guy was like a known like cheater because he did other
Oh,
stuff
that
like
sucks. Because that's like verifiably like,
Yeah.
dude,
Right,
it's
it was
turn
so-
3 and you have
fucking
5
shifty.
lands.
It was just so he
Or
was just
6
like did it
lands.
so quickly and like did a. You have to find the video to kind of.
Dude,
Look at how
cheating magic is like such a weird shit because like it's so marginal, right? Like you cheat in like these margins and like you overall win, but like in general, like you can fucking still lose.
Yeah, imagine
Like imagine like getting an extra land and still losing, right? Like that happens.
I mean, I don't know. Imagine hating yourself that much. Where like, what situation are you in where you're like, I need to cheat here because that $175 prize at the end of this is really important to me. I mean, like,
well,
The
there's some
thing is, like,
Yeah.
imagine like the very highest level more than it does at like the lowest level, right? Like for Neiman, right? Like it's 5 figures. Like
Yeah.
cheating matters.
yeah,
But for someone like us, like it's literally like 3 or 4 figures. It's crazy.
yeah, or like the people who cheat online though, like you're playing
No figures. It's 0 figures. They're just like fucking assholes.
We're both 1900. Like I guess you wanted those 7 elo. Like I don't understand what the hell is happening here.
Yeah.
So yeah, that I can't stand. But Neiman, I get, especially like cheating on Twitch. I mean, he said it in it. I think that was in the chess.com report, right? Like Neiman said something like cheating or like beating Nakamura, beating Magnus. It's good for my.
He makes more money. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
great for a stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
He gets fucking gifted subs for like beating like a top player.
Yeah, like, dude, you beat them, I'll give 50 gifted right now.
Exactly, right? Like
Alright.
it just like fucking makes money.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah. So I don't know. Cheating. I cannot say I've never cheated at a thing before. You know what I mean? Like
Sure.
I cheated at Uno, once before. Like
Oh, you-
I was like, you got
Fuck
me.
you. You're done. You're done with this
Oh,
stream.
yeah,
Fuck
no,
you.
that's even what I'm trying to
This guy. But seriously, like, I don't think
Yeah.
there are many people that can't say that they ever haven't cheated on something, a test or like something like that.
Yeah.
But like when it becomes like your life like that, you're like, you're like firing up the browser today, getting ready to cheat on Elite Chess. Like, why even bother? Like, what are you getting out of that? Like that you play every day on Elite Chess, but you just cheat.
Well,
Yeah.
there was someone who just cheated in the. So have you ever played like the correspondence chess? On League Chess? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we run a main correspondence championship or whatever, and this guy just annihilated the field, right? So I finished second, and this guy like just annihilated the other.
1400 over the board, right?
Right. He's like like a class B player or something, right? Like 1600.
Sure.
He's fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it would just be like he's like categorically like a bit worse than you, right? Like you're a better player than him probably. And this guy just destroyed me and destroyed other players. And then his account just got closed for like cheating. Because he was just cheating in this just main.
He won the event and then he's just like cheating, yeah.
Yeah, and it just like sucks. I mean, he used to come to the club in Bangor. He's like helped me when I was a kid, like taught me stuff. Like when I was
He's
5.
like a fine guy, but like he's like frustrated and like he cheats,
I think for like those situations, I think that's one of the ones where you talk about, well, what's the reward you get? I think there is like an ego thing, right? It's like people people who
I think it was I think he like wanted to be main correspondence champion. Like I don't know if he thought that would give him like clout in some way. Also, like I mean, I assume like it's pretty likely he cheated. I will say that there is a reason Elite Chess doesn't run correspondence tournaments really, and they don't have a correspondence leaderboard because they're convinced that their anti-cheating mechanisms aren't as accurate.
It's so tough. Like when you're running correspondence tournaments, like a 2,000 player can be a 2,600 player if they put in the effort, right? Like if I put in like the amount of work that's needed to calculate to like the next like 7 moves or whatever, I can do it. I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah.
But like most people can do it. Like it's so hard to like actually do anti-cheating measures.
Yeah. So I mean, that's one of those ones where it could actually be possible they just put it in, but I mean, his account did get closed, and it was
also like sus as hell. Like there's a guy Will who called it. Like like ahead of the field. He's like, this guy's cheating, and he was right.
Yeah, you said that like 8 months ago. Like we were having a conversation.
He's like, this isn't okay, and like he's like, this guy's cheating, and like he was right.
That sucks.
Yeah, it just kind of
It's unfortunate,
Yeah, I don't get it when they're. I mean, I get it and hate it when there are stakes involved, when there are high stakes involved. I just don't get it and also hate it when it's like there's just no reason to. Like we're just playing in the rapid rated pool or something, and you just come up and then you just like, oh, 3 Centipon lost. Good for you. Like,
yeah.
But like when people do it in the friggin' viewer arenas, like how egotistical do you have to be?
Oh God, I can't
join a random streamer's viewer arena,
right?
And cheat.
I hate it, man. Like not even just the viewer arenas, but the just like the arenas in general. I do insanely better in the rated rapid pool than I do like in like the under 2000 like rapid arena. Like even last night, like I went 4-0 in the rated rapid pool. But like I'll join like the arenas and I'll be like, here I go, losing to a 1450 again, just getting totally smashed. So
it's kind of interesting. Like a lot of people got like started like with Twitch or whatever in the Fortuna chess coaches rated arenas, and like it's actually like rife with like trolls and cheaters because he was like he was a good target for it, and like why it wound up getting like accused as being a cheater, but like it's kind of interesting. But like there are so many people who like will cheat for clout. It happens. It happens a lot.
Right, because I went in one time and I joined his stream like once before, and it was funny because he made me a mod like after the first stream. But then
he did,
then I played in the arena the next night, and I'm 2400. I was like 2400 rapid at the time on Lead Chess, and I went in and I won, and he was just So what had happened was actually I played a bad game against him, right? And so I had dropped a piece for like 2 pawns or something. And like swindled them, like he just like messed up and like I promoted a pawn or something. And he kind of was like, whoa, did you just like switch on an engine after the piece? Of course, it was just him like kind of going nuts because he thought he was up a piece, and I got very lucky. But then he was like very convinced that I was cheating in the arena. But it's like
it's like,
but it happens, right? Like that's
to tread too, right? Like when you're a streamer, like you get these fucking like cheaters.
And it sucks.
And like you're on high alert. And it's
I mean, every time you get that notification, the next day or whatever, like, oh, you played against a cheater. Here's some elo back. You're like, God damn it! Like, and that's
you jump the fucking gun, right? You're like, oh, this guy's a fucking cheater. Like, because I know he is, right? Like
there was I was watching like Gada Kamsky has a stream, and he's somebody who's really big into like he thinks a lot of people cheat, obviously, and so he'll stream and you'll see him say like, oh, that guy was a total cheater. And then somebody was like really kind of giving him a hard time about it in chat. And then so what he did is he went to his chess.com messages where it says like it gives you the point refunds and scrolled, and he had like 60 to 70. Like a person you reported had an account closed for hero rating points. You should show the guy because he's like, this is happening. And it was just a funny little, because this guy was just like, he's like, no, people don't really cheat online. That's like and the guy's like, literally.
I'm not even a chess.com streamer, and the same thing happens to me. I can scroll through mine right now and show you like you've awarded 5 elo for, you played a cheater, and it's ridiculous. Like so many of them.
Well, that's the thing is I got that notification about because I played that guy who cheated in the correspondence championship. So I was on Zoom with Aaron actually. And my notification popped up and it said, you have been refunded 14 points in your correspondence rating. And I'm like, oh no. Was it this? I
knew it was, though. You knew.
Right. Because we had talked with Will about it and we had kind of suspected this guy. And now I'm like, no, please.
Yeah.
So
he's a nice guy, but like,
sorry?
Did you become the main correspondence champion then?
I don't really know.
It doesn't change.
We're just sort of not talking about it.
Yeah.
Basically. I mean, I organized it and ran it. I was going to send information to the state website. I'm just kind of not do that now.
Like who cares? Like we've both been like the main like real state champion before. Like who cares, right? Like it doesn't fucking matter. Like the correspondence championship doesn't fucking matter, but it still like sucks.
Yeah. Empty since 1959. Ran out of whiskey too soon. Just got back from a Saturday Swiss.
Deeply unfortunate, actually.
So have
I'm
you
sorry,
ever
buddy.
played over the board, Nate?
I still have not.
Yeah.
No. I mean, well, I play over the board casually with
Sure.
friends of mine at work who are, at least one of them is very similar rated. So we have a lot of fun games. But I've still yet to be able to get to an over the board tournament. I really, really want to.
The thing is, like, it's so worth it. Like, once in a while. I wouldn't recommend doing it like every fucking weekend, but like
here's what I would not recommend.
A few times a week or a few times a year, or whatever. It's good.
Well, I think the problem is when I'm ready to kind of like get back out into the world, because it's been so nice, like not being in the world, like having an excuse to like just like leave me alone, please, for like a little while. And then that's kind of drawn out to be like 3 years of just like, please leave me alone. I feel like when I get back out to being like, I'm okay with being in like a big crowd and like doing this, having somebody like breathing in my face and like playing something, it'll probably end up being poker,
Sure.
Yeah.
So, but I've been so into chess lately, and like I feel like I'm definitely going to do it as soon as I get the chance. Because I want to get. I think just having a rating is cool. Like even if it's like shit, I like just think having something that like you can point to, and I love having metrics, like something solid there that you can like improve on.
I get it. I want you to know that over the board ratings are bullshit now. They don't mean fucking jack shit. Like online chess has destroyed over the board ratings by a huge measure.
What do you mean by that?
Because there's people like you who are good who go into the system with like provisional ratings and stuff like that.
Oh.
Right. Historically, like people weren't good when they first started playing over the board chess.
Right.
And now you have people like you who I would expect to get like a 1800 or 1900 USCF rating. And
like back in the day, like let's see when I started playing, like was 2006 was when my first rated tournament, right? Over the board, like online chess was like once in a while you could play it. Mostly it was correspondence. Sometimes it was like FICS was the thing, like the free internet chess server.
Oh my God. Like ICC.
Those were the days, right? Like ICC was fucking the thing.
There was
right?
no
like,
free option. Like you had to pay.
Like if you played on and they were terrible at chess, you played you played someone who was 1600, like you thrash them. Right? Like, I was very quickly very good, but like now you play someone who's unrated. They've played online for years.
Yeah,
like that's the thing.
Yeah,
like that's the new reality, right?
Yeah,
over the board ratings don't mean anything.
But I mean, like after a certain amount of time, though, like that sample size grows to where their rating actually has to be reflective of what.
Like it has value, right? Like the ratings do mean something. It's just so hard to like it's hard to like you can't take it too seriously sometimes in terms of
it depends on the environment actually. So for you actually maybe it's more realistic, right? So for rural people it's more random, right? Like you can find an unrated person who's like 2000 over the board.
Yeah.
For California, it's a lot more random, right? Like you find like your sample size is more appropriate with like the reality.
Yeah. Okay.
But who knows? Who the fuck knows? Right.
It's like bullshit. In Maine, there's probably like 6 people with ratings 1850 to 2250 who are more or less just all in the same pot, really.
Yeah.
Right? Like on any given day could win. Like Will Raven could win a tournament, and you wouldn't be like, it would just be like, whatever.
Will Raven's the current state champion. He's like a floor 1800, right? Like he's
right.
Which happens, but like in California, right? Like people there's a tournament literally every single weekend.
Yeah. So if I wanted to be state champion, like I would need to like move to Maine and convince you guys not to play, basically.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. I like it.
Yeah.
It's just interesting. Like the demographics in the U.S. are very weird because like some parts of the U.S. are like super rural and some parts are like super urban where there's a tournament every weekend. It's different.
And there's kids too.
There's that girl. What's her name?
Yep.
No, girl is fairly new to chess, I think. Who
Okay.
there was some. She's a streamer.
Okay.
Like people accusing her of sexualizing. Like who cares?
Lula. Is it
Lula. Lula.
Yeah.
Lula. Oh my god, Lula. Yeah.
I love Lula. I think she's great.
Yeah, I watched Lula a lot. Yeah.
So, but how I discovered her, I just came by one of her tweets where she like mentioned being an Olympiad, like a chess Olympiad, and I was like, oh wow, she must be really good. Like, you know, so I like clicked through and I'm like, oh, like no, she's like a beginner, and so like I was like, I don't understand, how can you be a chess Olympiad? And I, you know, find out, you know, she's from kind of so similar situation, like. You know, Maine, there's not a lot of people that play chess. So, you know, 1800s,
like
champion.
It's like Japan, like chess isn't really a big part of the culture. Like games like shogi and what is it? And Go, right? Yeah,
Go,
are a big part of that. Actually, well, what's funny is I was thinking Go in my head when I said shogi, and then I was trying to think of shogi. I'm like, no, I just said shogi. So I could move to Japan tomorrow, and then I would be on the Japanese Olympic team.
Wow,
right? Because it's just not a part of that culture there, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So it's but I'm like bonkers and a half away from being anywhere close to being on like the U.S. like Z team, right? Like
it's not even close.
It's not even close to being close. And I was surprised to see that because like for a country like North South Sandwich Island, right, that has 7 people on it, or Greenland or something, I'd be like, oh, that makes sense. But like I was surprised that such a populous country like Japan, it's just not as part of the culture there.
That is really surprising. I know that there are a lot of Korean, like I feel like I know a lot of like Korean chess streamers, not like know them, but like I'm seeing like a lot of Korean chess streamers pop up. So I'm wondering if that's changing there and if that will have any influence in other Asian, communities.
Well, it's funny because it's like huge in China. China is a powerhouse of chess.
And it's getting even bigger, right?
In India, right? Like India because of Anand, but like
yeah. But now with Ding playing in the World Championship, so what are you guys' thoughts there?
Nepo wins it.
Nepo wins it like by a mile. Yeah.
How do you?
Nepo's extremely strong player, right? Like he's so like he had I think he had like psychological issues against Carlsen, but like in general he's like such a fucking strong player.
I mean, the guy annihilated the candidates.
He's so good, right? Like he's in tremendous form,
And Ding's been very inactive. And I will say, if you actually look at the rating graphs, rating deflation at the top level has happened a little bit, right? 2.5 years ago, you would be 2770 and you'd be in the top 10, maybe just outside the top 10. Now, like top 10 is only 2750 or so, right? So there's been like a 20 to 25 point drop, and Ding generally has.
That's because Hans is going in with his anal beads and beating everybody, so he's not.
This is true too. Like maybe Ding will figure out the formula for that, right? Like,
part of it is
he'll pick up the anal beads in his lab,
But like he hasn't played against like the young like Gukesh or somebody who's like super underrated, who's been like just shelling points off people, right?
Yeah.
So I think Ding's rating being 2805 is a little weird, right? Like if he had just been in the pool the whole time, he could be down to 2770 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So I think that like for Nepo, who's like up in that mid 2790 area, right? I think for him still being like an active player, I think he is just a better player right now. I think Ding's rating is weird.
Yeah, I call it like 27 to 25, like Nepo is my perspective.
How do you feel about it being Nepo versus Ding and like not technically or theoretically the best player in the world actually being in the World Championship?
I don't care. I don't give a shit. I think it's actually more interesting because like Carlsen would just fucking win against either of those players.
So you don't feel like that kind of like taints the World Championship? I
think the World Championship has been tainted for decades by the rating system, right? Okay. Like even if somebody other than Carlsen won the World Championship, they're not the best player in the world because Carlsen is the highest rated, right?
Yeah.
It's silly. It's silly to have a World Championship and also have a rating system.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I mean, because like in history, though, I mean, of course, Carlsen, well, he's already been world champion for a couple times, so he'll be remembered. But like, 30 years ago, the people you're really going to remember are the ones who are titled world champion.
Yep.
So
the world championship has persisted since what, 1872?
1886. Steiner Zuckertorp.
86 was it? You're right. The rating system has persisted like in a real format for the last like 50 years.
Yep,
right?
72.
yeah.
Well, 72 is when it was instituted, but like for maybe
Right, that's 50
like
years, right? Like
maybe like 30 or 40 that's been respected.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like it was bullshit when it was instituted, right?
Yeah.
The rating system in general is a new concept for historical purposes.
But I mean, it's kind of like standings in sports. Like, you're going to remember the world champion. You're not going to remember that the Dodgers were in first place for the entire season.
This is true too. Yeah.
I don't know. I find it interesting. I personally I'm not really. I have no dog in the fight, and it shouldn't matter to me at all. But I feel like maybe I'm just being a purist or something. But it feels weird that Carlson's not going to be fighting for the title. It just feels wrong to me in a way.
The thing is, I don't care. Like if the best player in the world doesn't like the format, like fucking let him leave. And
So I think it's like weird that he's leaving in the middle of, like, that's always been weird. I am excited to have a new.
It'll be a more interesting fight, I think, without Carlson.
But I mean, doesn't he want? Isn't like what he said? One of his main goals now is to like hit 2,900 or whatever, which Hans ruined or whatever nonsense like that. But isn't playing like Nepo in the World Championship like a way to kind of like grind there?
Nope. Matches are terrible for rating.
I think he got very lucky with the last Nepo match.
Yeah. In general,
it went that high, right? Like
in matches in general, like if you can prepare for your opponent, it's much more likely to end in like 6 draws than it is to end in.
Wrecked his rating against Anand in 2014. Like he was down like 12 or 14 points or something.
Interesting.
Because it was like 9 draws or something.
It's because he's losing points with the draws.
Yeah, like the national master level, like matches are terrible for your rating for the high rated player. Yeah,
right. It's just like yeah, or like the Karyakin match, I think hurt his rating quite a bit because that was like 10 draws and then they traded 1 win apiece.
Like almost every single world championship, like he's lost rating points even though he's won every single one. Right? Like it's crazy. Like it's bad for his rating.
Oh wow, I hadn't thought about it that way. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So do we think another question, do we think he's going to hit 2,900?
No, I don't think so. It's not likely.
Yeah.
I think the rating deflation that's hit like other players is going to hit him too, right? Like he's just going to he's the strongest player in the world by a strong margin. He's going to stay at 2850-ish for the rest of his life. Until he like gets bad and he's gonna like lower, right?
Until it gets bad, he's gonna be good. Okay.
Yeah, like no, for real though. Like he'll hit a point where he gets bad, like everybody else does, because he's a fucking human being.
Right.
If he were kind of a dick about it, he could farm those points, couldn't he? Like he could.
Sure.
He could like look for the right tournament where
So it's the problem is like the farming, like people have tried this like somewhat maliciously and definitely done well where they do somebody who's just so low rated, they just basically will win a bajillion games in a row. But there are limitations now in like you can only get, I know in USCF, like you can only get a certain number of points off of a match because matches are considered, bad for the rating system and you can do malicious things. But like if let's say he goes like some low rated tournament, like to try and farm, if he loses 1 game, right, it just like wrecks like like 3 of those tournaments.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like it's kind of like
the reality is like if he wants to gain points, it's at these elite super events, and like they're not bad players. So like it's so hard to like wreck the field. Against fucking Geary and Caruana and shit. It's so tough.
Yeah, well,
I can't even be Hans, so.
Exactly, right?
On a serious note, that could be a problem too, right? Like,
like
Lukash and Ferrugia aren't getting worse.
Yeah.
They're
better,
real players
right?
who are getting better. Yeah, like
Yeah.
and Han or fucking what's his name, Carlson. He's in his 30s, right? Like
What's this guy's name?
yeah, like I'm in my 30s. I'm not getting any better. Carlson's the
Yeah.
same fucking way, right?
Yeah.
Like
It's actually like nuts, like because over the next 5 years we're gonna see these young guys plus like what has been a pretty strong generation of players born in the early 90s, right?
Yeah.
Like it's actually kind of magical. Like Caruana, So, Geary, they're all like within 2 to 3 years of each other. And then there's nobody in their like mid 20s. Like there's Duda, I guess.
yeah.
But then there's nobody until like the age of 19.
And then you have like
Yeah, it's weird. It's like the millennials like didn't get it, and now the fucking Gen Zers get it,
Well,
right? Like they know how to
comes
play
in
chess.
waves, right? Like it was like
Yeah.
it's like it got popular like after the Kasparov like chess got pretty popular during the Kasparov era, right? Like the Kasparov Karpov matches was really huge for people who were kind of already following chess a little. And then like the Kasparov Deep Blue stuff was really popularizing for people who didn't play chess previously, right? And that was 97. That's when these Caruana or whoever was 6. So that's like a big. So there was like I think it comes in waves of popularity. So like 30 years from now, like we may be talking about like the people who are 3 or 4 years old now, just based on the popularity from Pandemic, Queen's Gambit,
the
Neiman
hot
thing.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So can you do? I think Aaron and I did this the other day. Can you do all 16 world champions in order?
Me?
Yeah. Can you name?
No way. No, I'd be lucky if I could name like 8 of them.
Mm.
I think because so when I started streaming chess and this happened for me with poker too. A lot of people were like watching poker on TV, and I was playing poker in casinos. Like I wasn't talking. Like I didn't know some of the poker players that everybody else knew. I was like more focused on the game. For chess, when I started streaming, I had only been doing puzzles. I didn't even really know like what the world, like I didn't really understand the world championship at all. Like I didn't really. I think the first one like I actually watched was the Carlson Nepo one recently. So the one before that I didn't even know. Like I didn't even know what it was. I knew who Carlson was, and I knew like Kasparov, and I like I knew Fischer because I watched Searching for Bobby Fischer when I was younger. Like so I knew some of those guys, but now I can probably only name some because of other streamers or like YouTube content creators, right?
Sure.
Like Great Players of the Past by Ben Feingold I really enjoy because I like listening to the history. But I don't know. Like it's kind of like me in openings where people are like, oh, do you play this opening? And I'm like, the what? Like sir, I do not know what the King's Gambit is. Wasn't that a show on Netflix? Like I don't know how to start that. So I'm like, King's Gambit. If you lose your king, you lose the game, idiot. That's not an opening. Dummy. So I probably only I certainly couldn't name them in order. I might be able to place them like in the right times, but I would basically be rattling off like I have like a YouTube list in my mind where I'm like, okay, Lasker, Morphy, like Kasparov, like that's how I would be like doing it. I'm like scrolling YouTube in my head, like it's the only way that I know like chess champions.
Yeah.
So who was the first? Like it was Alkaline? Was that right?
No, Steinitz. Steinitz by a mile.
That's the name I was thinking of. So
Steinitz, then Lasker, then Capablanca, then Alyakin.
Who was the fourth one you said?
Alyakin.
Oh, okay. All right.
So that's Alkaline
for Americans. Yeah.
Alkaline. Yeah.
Alyakin, and then Irva, which is spelled E-U-W-E.
No, Eva. Uva, right?
It's Irva.
No, Uva.
No.
Uva. Get the fuck out of here.
No, it's
Irva.
No, it's Irva, but
okay, whatever. Uva, then Smyslov, then Botvinnik.
No. You got it wrong. Botvinnik, Smyslov.
Was it Botvinnik, Smyslov? I thought it was Smyslov.
No, Smyslov wrestled.
No, you're right. You're right. Botvinnik, then Smyslov, then Botvinnik again. then Tal, then Botvinnik
Then
again,
Botvinnik again.
then Petrosian.
So all these names I know now, so that's cool. But if like we did this podcast 2 years ago, I'd have been like, "What are you guys talking about?" Right?
Yeah, it's bullshit, right? Like it's all bullshit. It really is.
Do you know how many of the 16 world champions were from either Russia or the USSR? If you just had to have a guess, right? How many do you think it would be?
11.
That's actually pretty good. I think it's 12.
That's really close. Yeah, it's 12.
Oh,
that's pretty good.
They were pretty good at chess in the USSR.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, like I think only because I've looked at a lot of them. I looked at watched a lot of videos on like Tal and Botvinnik. Like I pretend to play like the Botvinnik English. Like I after like
that thing I was so into that.
Yeah, I used to know what I was doing, but and then of course I know Spassky and that whole thing and
because
Spasskaruni.
Yeah, we signed. We had a because there's someone in Maine who knows Spassky pretty well. He's here. He used to be like very politically active in Russia. And now he's here on like political asylum for the last 5 years or so. Yeah, he's big in like indigenous rights.
Yeah,
and he knows Spassky quite well. So like we like signed like a card and sent it to Spassky. And it was super cool to actually like there was discussions about him coming over to Maine. Then the whole pandemic thing happened, and I guess the guy went through a divorce and like had some health issues too. So that never ended up panning out exactly, but that was kind of interesting because we got to sign that card, and that was really cool.
That's cool.
Because he was just like a good personal friend of his or something. Like when he had to move back from France to Moscow. Like he was having some health crisis like 15 years ago. Like Pavel like went in and like helped him, and, like traveled with him. So that was a really cool story, actually.
Spassky is like one of the worst things that I like really respect, right? Like didn't he offered to pay like Fischer's like bail bond or whatever when he was
yes, like helped Fischer out later in his life, something like that.
Yeah, like he was a true friend to a guy who like fucking thrashed him over the board like multiple times.
Yeah, and it wasn't like a nice guy to him, right? Yeah.
He was just like such a great guy. Like he literally like applauded him after losing, right? Like
these days, both of those things, the bail bond and like the standing up and applauding him, those would be considered trolling. Like they like nobody would believe that was like legit kindness. That is just trolling.
He was just ahead of his time, right? He's like, this is what the future is. Fuck you. I'm gonna clap for you, you bitch.
Right in your face, you
fucking idiot.
Like
face guy, like brain.
Was that real? Actually, I should ask. Like, was the clapping thing real?
It was real, yeah. Well,
are we
so
sure
he wasn't
real?
the first. He joined the audience. Like the audience clapped, and he joined them.
It wasn't like what was in the Queen's Gambit.
Right.
He was he just like was like, oh, I shouldn't be an asshole here, right? Like was
right.
His
it
thing.
Wasn't just him like
He's like, let's not be a dick. Yeah.
If I played a game and somebody started clapping at me, I think I would like leave. I think I'd just like Aaron. If Aaron did that to me, I'd fucking punch him. I knew
oh my god, I'm gonna do that next time I see you, which is like next tournament we play.
I don't know. What we should do is we should draw, and then I'm gonna stand up and start clapping, and then
we probably will though. Like the thing is, we probably will draw the next one we like. We're gonna play the last time. We're gonna like agree to a draw, right? But
yeah, we've played 16 times and haven't drawn once in over the board chess.
Just for the fun of it.
I mean, yeah. When it's like it's the same with me and my buddy from work. Like when we're not here to draw. Like this game doesn't mean anything. We're out for blood. Like
dude, I'll fucking blunder
right because the thing is, Aaron and I like to get like stupid, dead, dull endgame positions and then try to win those. So I'm surprised we don't draw all the time. Right?
Yeah, but we like always win. Yeah.
Right, we should get these like stupid dead opposite colored bishop endings where we just draw, but we don't. Like it's
no, we get these like attacking opposite bishop endings where we like win. Yeah,
it's like dumb.
Yeah.
Well, next time, next decisive game, somebody's gonna stand up and do like a slow clap.
I'll do it. I'll fucking clap for you, Wyatt.
And then when there's somebody else,
the clap matters. Like that's the thing we don't do. We know that about the Spassky game? Like how fast was
right? Because this is like respectful. This is like fucking like what?
Yeah,
it's not even nice.
Dude, I'm not gonna resign. I'm gonna like get up and clap, and then like play on. Actually,
and then the person on the board next to you is gonna gonna throw something at you because they're playing their game and you're just like obnoxiously clapping.
Just clap every move. A good cut.
Oh, actually, let's play this move real quick and then I'll win. Yeah.
So you used to have quite a habit of whenever your opponent would play a move, you would kind of give like a head nod. Like if it was a decent move, you go, yeah, yeah. So what you should do is you should switch over to a clap.
Sure, a clap. Yeah.
Every time, just do the clap.
I had some fucking habits, didn't I? Yeah.
What?
What's the most annoying habit you guys have seen when you play against an opponent over the board?
When somebody fucking grabs their motherfucking queen because they think they're gonna promote soon, they're in like an ending and they think that they're gonna win, so they're
That's literally your move, White. That's what you do.
Yeah, I know, and it's annoying because when people do it to me, no, I lost to somebody. I was in a drawn ending and I lost on time to some stupid idiot who had done my move on me.
That's
and I lost the game on time.
No.
I was like,
my thing is when people stand behind me and watch the game, right? Like my opponent, like he, like, you know, if they go like around, watch the other games, fine.
Yeah,
they stand up, they go around, they stand behind me, and they watch my game. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You stay in your seat. You know, like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Remember when you did that to me, but you came behind and like you started massaging my shoulders?
Yeah, like licked your earlobe and stuff, and it was like very sexual. It went about Pornhub. Yeah.
I was making like a normal joke, and then you.
Yeah, I went too far with it because you were like making a joke by it. Yeah.
No, that's there was this guy in Maine who would always, if he'd make a slight mistake, he would just grunt really loudly or something. He'd go.
No, I had this guy in fucking Foxwoods who was like every fucking move. It was crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
There was somebody I know who was playing someone who every time they would move, they would basically like knock over half the pieces.
Yeah.
Right. And this poor person probably had like a real condition, so it like I feel bad for this person. But the player I knew who was on my team at the time, Classic team, like took a draw like on move 12 in a winning position because they were so annoyed.
Yeah, it's annoying. Right?
Brilliant.
It's like Lance Balloonji, right? It's like every time he makes like a move that's like less than perfect, he's like, "Oh, I'm just a fucking idiot."
Or when he makes the right move, right? That's the thing. Or when he makes
a great move, and he's like, "Oh, I'm an idiot." And he's fucking yelling at himself the entire game. It's so annoying.
Because one of my friends was playing Lance and was winning and was messing up the game, and Lance was like mad during the game because he was so sad that this player was messing up the game.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like
he was like this weird, like he's like a nice person, but like he has like weird expressive things during chess games.
Yeah,
but he was like so like sad for this 15-year-old who was just like but he was like mad, right? Like he was like disappointed, but like also like during the game, like it's like weird. And this guy's like 75 too, so he's like.
He's an old guy, yeah. I actually hope he's still alive. I haven't seen him in a while.
He's alive, yeah, because I see him play on Lee Chess.
Okay, good for you.
Caribou cool. Old Man or something.
Yeah, that is his name, yeah.
Yeah, that's what his Lee Chess name is.
Yep.
Other annoying things. I would say when people like playing on in long like way past that could that could be that
one. It says the guy who won because of
guy
that.
Who just won it. Yeah, I know. Like a lot. I'm noticing a pattern. A lot of these things are things I do.
Yeah,
me.
Yeah. This guy. So Wyatt like was down a fucking full queen and bishop versus a rook against this like 1400, and like he won the game because like the guy just blundered a queen.
Ben also says there's this crazy guy who scribbles all over his score sheet. That is also me.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty annoying. Yeah.
Is that you? That's you too?
My handwriting is awful, like in any sort of stress situation.
Well, not just that, but you also like do like and you like cross it out, right?
No, I used to do that because I had like an OCD thing where if I wrote something on the left side, I had to like balance it out by the right. So I would like have to create ink marks like off of and outside of the table on the right. I don't know. I had problems, but it's like doing this weird thing with my because I would just just had all these scribbles.
It was cool. Yeah.
Don't do it, cheese me. Oh, all right. I don't know what's happening over there.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna hang myself real quick. Yeah.
Not here. That would suck on stream, man.
Oh
Yeah.
God, the viewers.
This is the time for it. We're having a great conversation. Let's just like fucking end it, right?
And you're like,
Go out on top.
yeah, go out on top. The guy that beat me today had 5 minutes, sits down, stares off to the side for 30 seconds before moving. So I asked him after the game, does he think good not looking at the board? And he just stares off into space.
There's your answer.
That's the thing too, is so I do look away from the board sometimes when playing over the board because it's a little bit easier. Actually, from playing so much online, like the 3D board is fucking weird to look at now. So it's sometimes easier to visualize the 2D in your head a little bit. But like some people do that, but you know that they can't, right? Like they're in 1100, so there's no way they're visualizing blindfold chess.
Yeah,
right?
some of that's true. Some also like chess players are like fucking like antisocial as fuck. Like they can't like you say like, hey, what are you thinking about? And they're like, it's fucking very bad. I think that's more like what MT's opponent is like here.
Yeah, like during the. Have you seen the people who like take a long time on move one? Like I know online that doesn't happen as much because there's a limited timer, right? Like so after 20
I've done this way. Like I've done the like the long time on move one thing, right? Like where I'm like, do I want to play D4 or do I want to play the birds, right? Like
I've done that for like I've done 30 seconds probably, right? Like where I was like where I hadn't decided what I wanted to play against somebody beforehand because I didn't know the parents or something.
So a big thing is like there was like I used to watch chesslecture.com. You guys
that's like OG chess, video.
Like that was back in the day, like
the late 70s, right?
Well, no, but
not
well, I like David Vigorito was like a really big proponent of like when you start a game, like you like sink into the position before you start playing.
Yeah.
Like I used to do that a lot, right? Like I'd be like I would take like several minutes before I like played D4, which I knew I was gonna play.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I know somebody who wait, did they still make what did you say was chesslecture.com?
Chesslecture.com, yeah.
Really? Are they still around? They still make videos?
They still make videos. It's much worse than they used to be because they lost Jesse Cry. I think they lost Vigorito too.
Ah, Vigorito, yeah. But I know someone who sat down at the chessboard during a state championship team match, spent 5 minutes on move one to play 1e5 against his opponent's 1e4. His opponent played knight f3, and then he spent 10 minutes and played f6. So he spent 15 minutes to play e5 f6, and then lost the game.
Yeah, right. What was it? It was like
this
like
was
11, what was this?
This was Tristan Cousineau at the state teams. So this is a 17-15 with the board.
Well, play. Yeah, but like it's bullshit, right? Like the guy's just like paranoid.
He's paranoid. Yeah, he wanted to throw off his opponent about something, right? Or like wanted to play something different. So spent 15 minutes on like the first two moves to play horrible chess moves.
Yeah.
That was so funny.
Something that bothers me online, which people have argued with me about. They're like, no, this doesn't bother me, and I don't know why it bothers me so much. So obviously, like the offering the draw and like a losing position, like come on, fuck off of that. Like obviously,
that's so annoying, right?
That's so stupid, right?
Yeah.
The thing that really, for some reason, is even worse than that for me, and other people are not bothered by it, is when a person beats me and then offers a rematch. That anger, I don't know why. It's like it's so triggering to me. Like you motherfucker, like you just beat me. Let me request the rematch.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on this one. I think the losing guy should be the one who says GG, and the losing guy should be the one who offers a rematch. I agree.
Yeah. Well, because I get
it's just courtesy.
Yeah, well, I get upset about it because I know they're like trying to just get a point off me, right? Like they're like they know they've got me, and then they're gonna farm. It's like I know exactly what you're fucking doing. Like you're not gonna be friends with me.
Yeah. Right? We're not like, oh, here's this one's for you. Like probably this one's your game. Like, you know, like that drives me crazy. And I've had people like I've talked about this on the stream before, and people have just been like, no, I think you're wrong there. I think that's just them being nice. And I'm like, that is never them being nice.
No, that's them like being like, oh, I beat you. Let me beat you again. You fucking.
This is another easy like or whatever, right? Like
There was so kind of related to this. think I understood this right, but it was a little while ago, so I can't remember. Art Vega was playing a match against a high-rated player. They were supposed to play a match, and the guy played Art twice, beat Art twice, hit 2701, and then left the match. They had planned a match and left because his plan was to farm Vega to get to 2700. So they were supposed to play like 12 games, and the guy played 2, got 2700, and left.
Oh,
I was watching that live. Yeah, I was pissed about that. Yeah,
it was actually bonkers. I mean, Art like wasn't like Art was still like calm about it because that guy like I don't think I've ever seen him like.
No, he's like the best guy in the world, but like
he's
just like, well, that kind of sucks.
Oh, that's weird.
It was like such a. I was just like
this random GM. Like this was an Art like when Art was at his fucking peak, right? He was like at like 25-50 or something, and like this GM is like, oh, let me play you in a match, Art Vega, and like Art was like, oh, I would love to play a GM. This is amazing because like he's a good guy, but like,
I mean,
this GM farms him for like 2700.
Yeah, odds are Art's going to lose like 8 of those games probably, like that's so
weird. And he loses 2 games. I think I streamed this, right? I think it was like, holy shit, Art's playing a GM, let me stream this. And
who did he play?
Wow. Just like some guy, like some fucking random
Name them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe it was Hans. No.
I don't think it was Hans. I think it was pre-Hans. Yeah.
Pre-Hans.
Yeah.
No, there's no pre-Hans.
There's pre. No, this was Finns, right? This is pre before people had Hans, right? This is when we had Finns.
That is the stupidest joke I've ever heard.
Thank you.
God damn.
I appreciate
it.
Just
you want to like next podcast? It's just gonna be Nate and I. Which
okay, yeah.
The guest.
Wait, we'll get you on as a guest. Jeez.
Yeah. No, but yeah, that was interesting. I did want to ask you actually something you mentioned earlier. You were talking about poker. You said 5-5. What does that mean?
That's the blinds. So like to create action in the game, you have to put some money in the pot ahead of time. Even though like at that level, like the $5 means nothing because the pots get to like 3,000. You're like, what the hell is this? But in a poker game, you have blinds to kind of like induce action. Otherwise, you would just keep folding until you're like, all right, aces, let's give this a shot.
Because I knew the blinds, I never knew the term, so I never made the connection. Because somebody was talking to me about this. Like I went to Applebee's with them at like 10 o'clock, and then we finished at 11:30, and then they talked about to me about poker in the lobby for an hour or so at Applebee's. This Applebee's closes at 1 a.m. Like we're fine.
Yeah.
And I mean, 5-5 is a weird.
It's not normal. Yeah, like
it's not a common.
But he kept using these terms, right? Like he was like 2-1, 3-1.
So I think you're talking. Like 1-2, like 2-5. These are normal structures, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
5-5 was like the lowest limit that you could play a no cap game, and a no cap means that you could bring in as much money as you want. Mm-hmm. Like most games, like 1-2, it's like $200 max buy-in, or 2-5, $2,000 max buy-in. But at the bicycle, like 5-5 was a no cap game, so you could bring 80,000.
Is the bicycle related to the playing cards? Bicycle playing cards? Is that
No, they are. Yeah, same company. Yeah.
That's come up before. I'm not going to look it up right now, but I feel like that is not true.
Are you sure? I was like very confident this was like the.
I gotta look it up right now because
I thought the people who produced the playing cards with people who own the casino.
But no, because the playing cards were made somewhere else. Like I kind of wish, because the bicycle casino hasn't been around as long as the playing cards.
That's true. I thought the playing cards branched into the casino.
No, I think it was like a. So let's see. The bicycle opened in 1984. The casino. Let's see if we can do a bicycle cards like wiki.
Ooh, live action bicycle cards wiki here.
Yeah, 1885. Like I don't know. Certainly not. They're certainly not owned by the same people now. But I don't know. No. They were manufactured by the United States Printing Company and the United States Playing Card Company. Yeah, I don't think it's the same.
Oh, interesting. That's actually like fascinating to me. I thought.
I mean, I think a lot of people have that same question, like when they go there, and they don't even use bicycle cards at the casino.
Oh yeah.
So that's a good way to answer that.
That's a good tell. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of people make that connection. So
It's weird because it's like how many like I don't know.
Bicycle related like card things
Right.
are
Yeah,
there.
like, if you're thinking about like a mode of transportation, like how many people think of bicycles, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, that's why they opened it that way, though. Like maybe those were the cards they were using when they first opened. They were like, I don't know,
maybe.
casino. I don't know.
Yeah.
Pick something. We just got the damn casino license. Just pick something and let's open it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Maybe they use a bicycle to shuffle the cards. Like you get on.
That's genius, right? Like they give those card shuffles. Like we can't afford electricity. Let's like get a bicycle.
Maybe the buy-in is a bicycle, right?
That's
Like
where it
whatever
came-
the market price of a bike is.
You could write. Wait, I don't know what's happening. I just saw this last. You could write "mama" for every move, and nobody cares.
That is a fascinating comment because
I would kind of be weirded out. I would be like, mama, what is that?
Mama? What tournament? What kind of tournament is this?
I don't know. Tournament for the mothers, I guess. Mother's Day tournament.
I don't
Oh, talking about the scribbling on the score sheet. It's like instead of 24.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
I gotcha.
That's fair. That's actually like kind of funny because like the last one we like Wyatt and I played in, we went down to Boston. Like we had to use the score sheet to recreate the game. Wyatt claimed a threefold repetition.
Yeah.
And so they had to use the score sheet to replicate the game.
My opponent just like didn't recognize that it was three. It was just
he didn't believe it, which happens, right? Like he's like,
I mean, it happens.
Let's prove it. Let's make sure the tournament director agrees it's threefold repetition, right?
Well, we went over it. Then he made the TD look at my score sheet, but then the TD looked and just saw Queen C2 3 times, and that was enough to validate. So I don't know why we had to go through the whole game. Anyways,
I actually made the point, right? Because it's correct, right? Like,
I mean, it is correct, right? But like, then we went through it, and then the guy still didn't believe it, and then just made the guy.
He's like, he's like, you have to validate it, right? Like, yeah.
So it's like it was just like a weird. It was like a weird process.
Threefold repetition is much easier online than it is in tournament, like over the board tournaments, because like you can't go backwards in notation, right?
Yeah.
You can't because there's no like queen goes from E2 to C4, right? It's like you have to like say it's like queen C4.
Which is why like I don't know why they don't accept they accept algebraic and descriptive notation, but I don't think USCF like has computer notation on there allowed, which would include the starting point.
Which would include the starting location, yeah.
So you would write queen E2 to C4, and that would be computeristic notation. But like that's not considered standard notation. Queen C4 is considered standard notation. I don't know what the rule is now. I should probably know. But...
You're like literally a TD. You probably should look at
that. Well, here's the thing, right? Like I bet I probably know the rules better than like 99% of TDs. There's so many US.
This is true, yeah.
So bad.
So that's the other thing. Like before I play my first over the board event, like I'm gonna want to read like a TD. Like I just want to read the whole thing. You want to
read it, but like you gotta like get like if you just know like the fundamental like foundational things, right? Like that's really important, right?
The thing is like skim it, and like if you're not a fucking idiot, you can figure it out.
But like I want to read it so I can be like, oh, you sneezed on move 4, like I win. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
You're that guy. Oh, okay.
You want to like fucking cheese these guys.
Yeah.
Like you're not allowed to touch the piece with your dick, dude. Like you lose.
Yeah, that still counts. It says right here.
You started with 15 pieces. That's
it's the dick pawn move. It's like it's the rule. It's right here. So yeah, but that's. I have a lot of like as a programmer, and maybe you can relate to this. Aaron is like, I'm always like, for some reason, I always think about the edge cases first. So I'm like going in, I'm like, what if I like hit a pawn with my elbow during my move when I'm like thinking, like if I turn to the side and like I knock a pawn over and then I have to pick it up and put it back.
The thing is like generally like USCF is like in FIDE is like common sense first, right? It's like if you didn't intend to touch the piece,
and that's
like,
why like
touch the piece, right?
That's why I lose my shit at TD so much, right? Because they're so like they don't follow some of these rules that are like touch move, right? If it's inadvertent, you're not supposed to have to move it, right?
Okay.
If it's an accident, it's an accident. But then like I've had discussions with the TD over this, and they're just like not getting this concept. It's
but that's the thing that I need though. Like, so if that is that written down somewhere?
Yeah,
It's
that
written
is.
down, literally in the rule book. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what drives me nuts. It's like they don't read the rule book, and they have no like principle knowledge of like, right? Like they have no like understanding of like.
Well, the part of this is not even the TD's fault, right? Part of this is like if you take like a higher level TD exam, like a senior level TD exam,
Yeah.
it's strict as fuck. Like the rules are like they deal with edge cases, but they don't deal with like all the edge cases, right? Like so it's like people think in like these rigid ways, but it doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not reflected by the rules.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird. They don't really have a good process for like how they train tournament directors either, right? Like there is no process, right? They have the rule book, and then they just give progressively harder exams, I guess.
Because it's not a job, right? It's like something
Right,
that people
it's just like
can sometimes do. Yeah.
Right. And it's just like it's just crazy.
Yeah.
I had someone like who was convinced that like I paused the clock to ask the TD a question, and the TD reprimanded me for pausing the clock.
Which is what you're supposed to do, yeah.
Right, which is literally what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And like
you're supposed to as a player, you're supposed to pause the
you
clock.
pause the clock and you call TD, like
if you need help with
dispute,
something,
yeah.
right?
Okay.
And it was literally because my opponent had played a move. It was like bishop e6 attacking my queen on c4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was deciding whether or not to move it to b5 or to c5. So I grabbed the queen, but to move it to c5, and then I decided, well, I'm not sure where. So I set the queen back on the original square to think about the move, right? So obviously, my opponent starts like saying like you touch the piece, you have to move it. So I'm like, okay, well, first of all, the queen's on Brady, so I don't know what my plan is otherwise. Like it would help you if I didn't move the piece.
Right.
Right? Like I would lose the queen. So I'm like, okay. And he's like, no, you got to move the piece. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to think about where to move the piece. So the guy gets all upset. And so he like tries to make me to keep my hand on the piece while I'm thinking.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
Then a spectator looks at me doing this and says, would that be considered distracting your opponent by keeping your hand out like this? So I'm like caught in like between the two like garbage compactors here, because I've got this spectator who's like mad at me for option A, this guy who's like mad at me for option B, and the queen's hanging and I have to move the queen. Like there's no there's no way I would want to not move the queen.
Yeah.
Right. Like there's nothing I'm doing to like get out of. And so like I hit the TD, hit the pause, called the TD. The TD like wouldn't get it and was mad at me for pausing the clock.
Oh,
and like I ended up, and then somehow we ended up getting through it. I had like no time on the clock at the end because the TD made the clock run while we were discussing it.
Yeah.
And then my opponent like blundered 2 moves later, and then I won. But like it was like actually bonkers. And then
I think I have like serious issues with with USCF is that like so in USCF the tournament director is not allowed to make a ruling unless one of the players makes a complaint, right? Like with FIDE tournaments, the arbiter can just like at any point say like, hey, this is fucked up, you can't do this.
Yeah,
but in USCF, like if like someone makes an illegal move, right?
Yeah.
And someone else makes a move, and like the tournament director can't say shit. Like they're just like, oh, this is like there can be illegal move for like 5 moves, and nobody can say anything until.
So what happens if like an illegal move happens, and then like 3 moves later, you're like, oh shit, I don't think you could have done that.
You pause the clock and you recreate the position from the original position.
A lot like
Magic.
Magic.
The first person to make an illegal move loses 2 minutes on the clock.
But
like that doesn't happen in practice. In practice, like somebody flags.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And like that's the final result.
Well, it's hard. And in Maine, it's weird too, because like the TDs, right? So it's like
this is true.
Somebody like doesn't like if you're like on like mediocre terms with it affects rulings, right? Like people know the players, and it like definitely affects how it happens. Like I can't prove that happens, but like people are partial towards like.
Well, it's a reality because of the way the USCF code works, right? Like we have this Class C rule, right? Like where so if you have if you're not able to win a position again, like the rule is like right, like you have insufficient material to win, but you flag, it's a draw, right? In the rule for insufficient material is would a Class C player win against a Master? And it's such a bullshit fucking rule.
There's a weird rule, right? Like, so there's a rule called insufficient losing chances, and it's if you're in a time control that has no delay or increment, you can prove based on the criteria that you discussed to get an increment clock added to the game, even if that's not what the time control is. Right? So you could literally be in a position where you have insufficient losing chances. So a Class C player wouldn't lose it against a Master. And then even if the time control is just like a 10-0 tournament, you can get a 5-second increment clock added.
Yeah.
And I think it's possible that they're either getting rid of this rule or just got rid of it because it's...
They got rid of it because it's bullshit. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah.
And that was just a rule that existed. So you just be playing a Blitz tournament and like Bill Hart would love to claim this all the time. Like I'd be playing casual games at the fucking club. Not even
It is like insufficient losing chance. Oh,
we're playing like 3-0 over the board, and he's literally like, "I'll claim insufficient." I'm like, I don't put a 5-second increment on. People are waiting to play, and you got 5 seconds. You got 3 seconds on the clock. I'm not giving you an increment.
Yeah.
Because it's like a rook 4 pawns versus rook 4 pawn. It's like
it's weird. Like FIDE is so much better. Where like they like if it's possible to lose, you lose. If it's not possible to lose, it's a draw. Right? Like it's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was such a weird
it's such a weird USCF is so fucking weird. We're like stuck in the fucking 1900s, right?
USCF is like a weird organization, and I could go on for way.
So
we need a whole nother podcast.
Full disclosure, we're both like so I'm currently on the Maine Chess Association board. Wyatt has been in the past and will be in the future. Like we're like part of this like organization. It's fucking bullshit. Like,
there's a 501c3 nonprofit that's like the state chapter for the USCF in Maine, and like the USCF is like obnoxious 90% of the time, and anytime we have to deal with them. I mean, what they charge for rating fees is bonkers, right? So they used to have to do the ELO calculations by hand. So they would charge X number of cents per game, and now they still charge money to rate the games.
Even though it's all done by like a fucking algorithm.
Yeah, it's done in like second. It just doesn't even like make. It'd be like if you played Lee Chess 25 cents every time you played a game.
Right? Like imagine paying Lee Chess to rate the games that you play.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Right. It's a racket. It's actually a racket.
Wow.
But
it's like weird.
It's kind of interesting, yeah.
Yeah. But like over the board chess is fun.
not to dissuade you from over the board chess, by the way.
I don't want to play now.
It's just like these 1% of situations. It's just sometimes
it doesn't actually matter for people, like for most people, but like if you're like making minimum wage, like maybe don't play over the board.
Yeah. It's just like those weird rules though, that like that's exactly why I want to read the rule book. Like I kind of love that stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing is, if you read it and you know it and like you understand it, like people like you are awesome, right? Because you help people out and like are making it because you actually know what you're talking about, and like that's really good, right?
And the thing is, like most TDs who don't know what they're talking about, if there's somebody who like does, they're like, oh, thank you so much, like they're courteous, right? Like
but it's but the problem is just like everyone, there's a certain percentage of people who like really like for whatever reason USF they don't read the rule book carefully at all, and they don't play chess, I guess, or something. For some, like they're not really like chess players, so they don't understand everything, but they cite weird rules like that, like insufficient losing chance rule, but they're using it for weird things. So it's just like so confusing. So like if you read it, like obviously like you would and you know it, like that's awesome. But like you got to be there are people who are gonna come up with the weirdest rules you've ever heard of, like over the board. I don't even know what they come up. I don't know how people come up with what they come up with.
It happens in poker all the time too. There's actually a ton of weird interactions that can happen in poker, and people just say that like the wildest shit. You're like, no, I don't know where you learned that, but no.
Oh well, like
poker is hard though, because like there's real like weird situations, right? Like you can have collusion and shit. Like chess, there's no possibility for collusion. There's no possibility for like a lot of situations that would happen in poker.
Yeah.
less. What's Magic is really bad. But like Magic, when you play online, it's easy because it does the thing. I've had like paper Magic discussions are so involved because there's all the phases and all the stack.
No, Magic is hard, and if you don't have like a high level DCI judge there to like help break down the interactions for you, it's just like the things that people will come up with is just bonkers. Like we used to play like at a local like card shop in Massachusetts in Fairhaven, and like the owner just thought he was like brilliant. Like he just and he would come make like rulings, and he'd be like, dude, like what do you even play this game? Like, what are you talking about?
Like trying to put damage on the stack or something.
Yeah. Like all right, that was damage on the stack. That was a long time ago, right? Like you don't put damage on the stack anymore, do you?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
No. It's sad actually because when damage was on the like Mog Fanatic used to be such a good card, right? Like and now it's like awful because like it doesn't, you can't, like the damage doesn't go in response, right? Like,
rule changes have definitely changed the game big time throughout the years. But
you used to not lose until it was the end of the phase, right? So if you got to 0 life, you still had like the rest of the phase.
Yeah,
right?
And now it's like during like state-based like game check. Like it like happens like every like split second. You like can't even describe it to somebody. You're like, no, like before a priority is passed and after something resolves. And, like,
no, passing priority is nuts because I know people who try and use the instance like while I have like you play the walker and then do the, but they're like trying to like in response
like jam it in there. You're like
that's not how it works.
No, it's all over, buddy. See ya.
Yeah. It's hard, like people trying to get into that game. Like I just don't know how they do it. Like I always like tell them just go like play online and try and figure out why the computer is not letting you do things at a certain time. You play with friends. Like when I first started out, like me and my friends would play, and we were just kind of like making it up as we go. We would be like trying to like literally interpret like the rules, and we would just make up the fucking dumbest shit, And then we go out and play real people, and we're like, "What? That's how that works?"
Well, my friend thought you could multi-equip equipment. So instead of equipping equipment to
just put them together on top of each other,
you could equip it to all the creatures.
Yeah,
so he's just like wrecking me with this like sword of like feast, like just attacking for like I don't know, like 90.
It's on all of his creatures. Like no, everyone's wearing
just, like,
it.
Locks it on the warhammer.
Just pass it around, bro.
70 life. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Magic was a really complicated game even in the beginning. Like the banding rules were like really weird.
There was like Mark Rosewater couldn't even put it in like a half-hour podcast.
Yeah.
They just tried to bring back like a version of banding with Enlist, right? And Dominaria United. And I get that wrong online. Like I go to attack and I accidentally attack and then I don't get to enlist my like creature. And I'm like, because I always mess up the order of it's so bizarre.
His podcast was great. At least I used to listen to, what was it, Drive to Work? Like
he still does that. Yeah.
Those are really awesome. It's like, hey everybody, it's time for another drive.
Oh my God, that's a really good impression too.
I haven't heard that in years.
Yeah. Oh no, that's really good. I listen a lot to the Limited Resources podcast, the one that I don't know if you've watched that at all. Well, you're a big Limited guy, right? So you would.
Yeah, but I don't. No,
you don't.
Is that Matt Tybeck or?
No, it's just Marshall Sutcliffe does it with Louis Scott Vargas. So that's the only one that I kind of watch consistently, and it's a pretty awesome. It's just covering Limited stuff.
Okay.
So it's not like
I consume no Magic content anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, at all. Yeah. Drive to work, like I used to have a 2-hour drive to work each way, and so like Drive to Work was a good one, but I would jam like a ton of shit in there.
So do you have like old 90s cards? Where like are you like the person who you don't? Because I know a lot of people who played back in the time and they're like, oh yeah, I have this like Mox Emerald lying around.
I had the Power 9 and just not anymore. Yeah, I sold them all before like 2009-ish, before I moved to California for like moving money. And I wish I didn't.
Yeah.
So
it kind of sucks now.
Yeah. I mean, because they were like, I would have like stacks of like cards that were common then, like just stacks that are like $50 cards now. Like where I'd have like, I have 400 of those.
Right. It's literally like I was looking like I was just wondering like what's the cheapest card I can get from like Arabian Nights, like just to like own an old card. It's literally like multiple whole dollars for like these trash commons.
Yep.
It's like 4-mana 2/2 with like banding. It's like or something. It's just like for $4.
Coast to Coast is awesome if you drive to work in the middle of the night. That's true. But that actually made me think of the other Magic podcast I used to listen to all the time was Judge Cast. I don't know if you ever listened
Oh
to
no.
that one was really good because like it was specifically for DCI judges. Like they did like
Sure.
a lot of like rules breakdowns and whatever, but they would also do like a lot of like set previews and like talk about the cards that were coming out and like what new interactions could take place that would kind of like
that must have been, so you were probably around at the time when like they thought Lion's Eye Diamond was like a terrible card.
I don't remember the name of the card.
Well, it's like one of like the busted cards. It's like it's the Black Lotus that makes you discard your hand.
Oh, okay.
Which everyone thought was just terrible, but now it's like insane, I guess, because like you just do that into like I don't know, Wheel of Fortune or like Yawgmoth's Will. Yawgmoth's Will, I guess, got printed in Urza Saga or whatever it was.
Yeah, the Saga.
Invasion or something.
Yeah. One of the Urzas.
Yeah, something. Which
I can see gears on it, I think. So I feel like it was Saga.
That was Urza Saga then, right?
Yeah.
And then the card became insane, but it used to be this like just junk card that people threw away.
Yeah.
And then now nowadays it's like hundreds of dollars, right?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. That's really cool though.
Yeah.
Like back in the OG.
Yeah, I mean, I remember going to like the strip mall, like, and like buying packs of Ice Age and Revised, like at MSRP, you know.
You know, when I was about 10 years old, I thought strip mall meant something very different.
That's fair.
I was.
I did too. I'm like, what the fuck?
My mom said, "We're going to go to the strip mall today." I'm like, oh my god, what is?
With you, Mom?
Do I need to leave?
Yeah.
In front of my mom.
Yeah.
Oh. But Aaron's played a little bit of Magic. Ben and I got him.
I played about 7 games on Magic the Gathering Arena or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Aaron used to play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
I did play some Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh was just Magic where the numbers were like multiplied by like 3 magnitudes. You know, it's like
there's no mana in Yu-Gi-Oh. Right? Like if you have a card, you can fucking play it. Is the thing.
But I remember like looking over at Yu-Gi-Oh, like playing Magic at the card shop and just being like, "What is 150,000? What?" Like the numbers are just so enormous.
The numbers are weird because of the fucking anime and like the they had to retrofit the rules to fit the animes in some weird fashion and like and there's no mana, which is like, you know, it makes the game less interesting from like a retrospective thinking.
Did you guys see Gary Kasparov try Hearthstone?
No, I never saw that.
He's actually like a decent Hearthstone player. He like got like top half a percent or something on Hearthstone.
I'm not surprised, right? Like if you're like fucking smart, like you can do that.
I was talking to like somebody at dinner, and then I was talking about this, telling the story. I'm like, yeah, he's like top 0.5%, so he's like a, you know, pretty decent Hearthstone player. And the guy's like, yeah, that's not impressive. I'm like, what? Wow. I'm like, he's not even like a player. Right, like he's just picked up Hearthstone. He's top 0.5% or whatever. And look, I get that half of the people who play don't play well or play, you know, or put any science or thought into it. But even still, right? Like it's just like that's good, right? For somebody who's
really fucking strong. That's like master level in chess,
right? And then like the person's like, yeah, it's not really a big deal.
I mean, I like Magic. I feel like Magic and Hearthstone and games like that are like, if somebody is really, really good, like at the rules, at like the strategy, at like timing, like things like that.
Yeah.
As long as somebody else is building their decks for them, like, because I don't spend a lot of time on like deck construction and like whatever. Like, give me a deck and I can like hold my own in like World.
Sure. Yeah.
Just build my deck for me. Tell me like the main interactions I need to like look out for, and then I can like.
Sure.
The rest is just like whatever. So,
yeah, I don't know much about Hearthstone at all, basically. So I
feel like it's like Magic the Gathering, but like simpler, right? Like it's not like it's not anything too complicated.
And so that's why I'm saying, like, if like somebody put a deck together for you in Hearthstone and like you understood the rules, you could get pretty far. And so if Gary was putting in any extra time on that, then I can see how he could get good fast. Yeah,
big Gary. I keep seeing him on political stuff because he's a super active like
He's very anti-Putin.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
is, yeah. He's like, yeah.
Like I had a friend who plays chess who his dad like saw someone on TV and then it said, former chess world champion or something. So he texted his son and said, "Oh, hey, this guy plays chess. Do you know him?" And took a picture and it was Gary.
Yeah.
When like anytime something like major happens in the world, like politically, I try and watch foreign news about it, like France like French networks or like India networks or whatever. And I see Gary pop up all the time on those for some reason. It's like I'm not watching CNN, but I'm like watching like some like French news station, and like there's Gary Tess. And I'm like, what's happening? So yeah. I try to get a different perspective because who the hell knows what you're gonna get here.
I try to do the watching the French networks and stuff like that. The problem was it's in French.
Oh yeah, there's
Oh.
But you watch like an English version, right?
Yeah, I think there's like France 24 or something on YouTube and like stuff like that I like to watch.
So there's like a good. So it's like the English. I guess it would make sense why Gary's on those. I guess because he's like a B-list kind of.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like the English version of the French news. So it's like, you don't exactly get like Joe Manchin or Pelosi
exactly
on there.
Yeah.
You get Gary Kasparov, who wrote a book, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's good
Now
to get like because they're parroting like the French news networks kind of like whatever talking points or whatever. So it's just like a way to consume like a different narrative. That's cool, not
actually.
So.
Yeah, I might check that out.
I'm sure it's polarized. Like I don't understand like the politics in those countries, but at least I know like it's not like the ridiculous polarization of like the news networks in the U.S.
This is true. Yeah.
So
yeah, what you really want to watch, you got to hit the Chinese state-run news.
There's no bias there. Yeah,
no bias there.
State-run media is never like I always try and consume like the Chinese state media. RT is a good one to, which is actually
I try to like focus on like the North Korean news, right?
Yeah,
like, they know their shit, right?
Yeah, and I mean they show the maps where it's like North Korea, and then it's like the United States is like this little thing next to it.
It's tiny, right? Like, there's nothing,
it's very tiny
there.
Many United States can fit inside North Korea.
Like I actually, when I read news on the Middle East, I like to use Al Jazeera.
I think Al Jazeera has always been like a fairly good like news outlet.
Yeah, like I love them over like I don't want to read like some like MSNBC article on the Afghan. Like I'm like, no, I'll read Al Jazeera.
Yeah,
right? Like it's an actual source from that area, right? Like it kind of makes sense to me, I guess. But some people look at me like I have four heads. Like, why would you not watch CNN or Fox?
I think MD. I think you're right. Like I think that a lot of the other countries don't really know how messed up the U.S. news media is, but there have been like. I forget who it was. There was this. She wrote a book. I forget what the book's called, but it basically like a very statistical analysis of the indicators of civil war.
Sure.
And it's actually some things that like there were a lot of things in there that like that you wouldn't think of. But like I guess we're like closer to the brink of civil war than we have been since the last actual civil war. By these interesting metrics, and I'm like, well, I could tell you that just by like the way people are like fucking screaming at me about wearing a mask or like whatever. I could tell you that things are not going well here.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem. It's like so like civil war, like modern, like civil war, like with slavery in the South, it was like north south, right?
Yeah.
But now it's like your
neighbor,
that guy across the street, but the people in between you don't like.
Yeah.
So it's just everybody like chaotically. Like, kind of.
And I feel like currently for most people, there's still a lot to lose. Like you're not like, all right, I'm just going to shut my computer down for tonight and then go out and like shoot some dude. Like, and then just like, you have a lot to lose. You have your home, your family, like things like that. I feel like things are not dire enough, but I'm also speaking from a little bit of privilege. I think there's a lot of people in like the lower working class that are like, fuck this shit, man. Like I can't afford my bills. Like I can't keep my heat on. Like I'll murder a bitch. Like
I'll speak for this. Like I'm trying to buy my first house, and like it's fucking impossible these days. Like it's insane. And I'm also speaking from like a place of privilege, right? Like I'm I'm in the top 10% of like earners, right? Like in my state. Like imagine like people who are just like fucking scraping by, how they must feel.
I truly do not get it because I came from like a very, very poor family. Like, we're living a lot of nights. It's like we have spaghetti most nights because it was like 39 cents for spaghetti. And like you could split the jar of sauce over 3 nights or whatever. Like I remember what it was living then. And now I see like where I am now, and we're comfortable, but it's still hard, very hard. And I don't know how those people, I don't know like where I came from, how you do it. Like,
it's insane that the inequity in like this country is like it's been growing significantly. It's insane.
The wage gap in this country is absolutely astonishing, and at some point it either has to fix, or the people on the bottom are going to literally just murder everybody. It's
how can you not, right? Like like revolt is coming.
Yeah, I just don't get it.
Yeah,
I'm not really for no bail.
Well, it kind of sucks because like for a while the wages, like the wage market was seeming to get a little stronger, where we had kind of problems with people filling the positions, and then it seemed like and then it just seems like now it doesn't matter, right? Like inflation or something kind of got out of control, and like it doesn't seem like
like the wages went up a lot, then inflation went up even more, and like what's the fucking point in making
because like
wage
for like
you can't afford anything,
right? Like for a month people were like getting excited because like, oh, like you can actually go make 15 16 now, like that's awesome. And then it's like, well, okay, now your grocery bill's 80% more. It kind of got like, it just didn't work out, I guess. And it's hard. That's just like such a hard part of economics too, right? Because the way you solve inflation is like bad. Like you have to almost force a like they literally like the number of there's some like you have to cause so much of a fall in output. So you almost have to put yourself in a recession basically to solve 10% inflation.
And we've been in a technical recession,
right? That's
a while now. It doesn't seem like things are getting much better.
But it has to be like it has to be pretty intense, because inflation like builds on itself because people start to expect inflation, and then so it overshoots, and then like it causes inflation to go out of control, like, and that's why you get countries like Argentina last year had like 90% inflation, right? Like because it just goes haywire. And it's like you have to like wreck parts of the economy to like prevent the economy from being wrecked by inflation. It sucks. Like it sucks when you have stuff like that.
And the guy who's making, who's trying to support his family, like he's hearing this and he's like, I'm just gonna stab you in your fucking throat. Like I don't care about any of this. I can't feed my family.
Right. Like, it's just so.
It's getting a little out of control.
There are people who like make like 700,000 times as much as I do. Like, why can't I afford food? Right? Like,
exactly.
Sense. Yeah.
It's like, I mean, I'm not always. I think like politics, obviously, very polarized, and I think both. Like, I'm not gonna be a both sides person, because I think one side is literally fucking insane, and the other side isn't doing much to help us. So, but the side that isn't doing much to. The side that isn't doing much to help us is saying things like every billionaire is a policy failure. And I kind of agree with that. Like, I think every billionaire is a policy failure when you have people that cannot eat, like that are starving in your country and your social safety nets are failing. I agree with all of that, but you can't also say that and control the House and the Senate and the White House or have had supermajorities in the past 10 years and have not done any of this, and then just come out and say, vote for us, it's a policy failure. People are fucking sick of hearing that. And that's why there's a really strong chance that those people are going to lose the House and the Senate in a couple of days to complete fucking lunatics, because they're not doing what they can to solve these problems, and people are giving up.
And they're giving up in a way that's going to like hurt them even more. But, like why not, right? Like
I mean, a lot of people are in the like just fucking burn this thing down now. I mean, it's funny because like people in our industry, like software engineers and people and my bosses, like I have these conversations with them, and they don't really get that because they don't really feel that. They don't see that around them. And I'm like, no, I know these people. I was these people. They're going to murder you. Like, you're like, oh, crime in my state. Like, where do you think crime comes from? Like
people who are fucking desperate. It's desperation is where crime comes from. Yeah,
exactly. And it's gonna continue to get worse. Like people are hungry, they're gonna feed their family. They're going to rob the fucking liquor store. Like eventually, like if it's the death of my wife and child, like or like I'm gonna like rob a couple $100 from this liquor store. I'm gonna do that. You know?
Yeah.
So I don't know. They just don't get it. And
it was like I was on a grand jury, and we had some like, because it was indictments, right? So we heard like 90 cases, and it's like some of these, it's like, God, I just wish I could vote no on this, but I can't, right? Because it's like obviously they did it.
Yeah.
But it's like this person who went to Walmart, and it's like $200. It's like the guy lists out the items. It's ramen noodles.
Yeah.
And pasta. It's like I want to do everything I can to take, like I want to throw a fucking axe at this like prosecuting attorney. Like I shouldn't even say that on it, but it's like
you shouldn't even be on trial right now. Yeah.
It's like, I mean, I don't like. It's just like I just like it's awful sometimes. Like what actually, I don't know, like what you have to put people in the. It's just like weird.
And then we have these like absolutely insane politicians that are just like the gaslighting on Twitter right now is like so fucking like it's literally like breaking my brain. Like I can't fucking even understand it.
I'm done with like politics Twitter, right? Like
no, don't worry. Musk is gonna fix it. It's gonna be fine, right? Like don't worry.
$8 speech is going to solve all of this. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah. But like the Musk shit is unbelievable because like here's a guy who has more money than everybody in the United States, like 90% of the people in the United States. And he's out here, he buys Twitter for $44 billion, which is losing $4 million a day. And he's retweeting like Paul Pelosi conspiracy theories. Like an 82-year-old man gets hit in the head with a hammer, and Elon Musk is like, LOL, maybe it was his lover and it was a pink hammer dildo. And like, you're like, what the fuck? What is happening?
Yeah.
It's a little on the bizarre side. Yeah.
It's a really weird time to be alive right now. Like, I like to think about like, look where we are now. And we look back at like the Civil War and we go, well, those were really simple times. Like, there were crazy things happening. Like, I can understand why that happened. I'm wondering what we're going to look like to people in like 150 years.
I doubt this is any different than any time in history, actually. Like, I feel like if you're like a feudal fucking serf in the 1500s, right, you're looking at royalty and they're like, what the fuck are these fucking idiots doing? It's the same fucking thing. It's human history repeating itself, right?
I mean, that's the French Revolution, right? Like, wasn't that like the main thing there was like, But like
it sucks because like a lot of times when these revolutions happen, it like creates like a period of unrest after that, like also sucks for people who are poor,
right?
Because you don't have like that
happened in the French Revolution, right? Like
exactly.
I forget the name of it. This something of terror.
Yeah, Reign of Terror.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. My brain don't work good anymore. So, like Twitter, like honestly, political Twitter is breaking my fucking brain. Like I've got Marjorie Taylor Greene just like, if you want freedom over your own body, then you have to vote for Republicans. And I'm like, what the fuck?
What are you talking about? Yeah.
Like, I can't like, and they don't care anymore. Like I remember the time when like Howard Dean couldn't be president because he went woo one time. Like, and he had to drop out of the race because he like almost yelled.
Because he went woo.
Yeah, because he went woo. Like he got fired up at a rally, and then like he couldn't be president anymore. And you're like, oh wow, that sucks. And now like Marjorie Taylor Greene is just like, I'll fuck it. Like if I remain like in the House, like no Democrat will ever win again. Like we'll remove the ballot boxes, like no more vote by mail, like we'll like throw out Democratic votes, and you're just like, what? I
don't even people who like agree with like who are conservative, right? Like I don't even get why you would have an interest in her. Like I just don't get it. Like when like I have people I know who are conservative and they're like retweet Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm like, I don't even get, like, even if you agree with her, she's actually nuts.
I try.
Right? Like,
like I'm trying to convince myself like every day that Twitter is not real life. Like I know like I know a couple of conservatives in real life, and I'm like, they seem normal. They're not those people. But then like I
But
go
they're
on
both like those people. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's the thing. And it's like social media has changed everything because the Marjorie Taylor Greens and the Boberts of the world are the loudest and the craziest, and they get the extra vote, like the filler votes from all the nut jobs. And then you're a conservative on the outside, and maybe you don't have Twitter, and you're just like, well, I just like to vote R down ballot. You know, you don't realize you're voting for like the guy who's like, I will put like heads on spikes outside of the state house if I win.
Well, the flip side of that is like you vote D down ballot, you vote Democrat down ballot, and like they're all fucking conservatives. Like they're actually conservatives. Like
they're Democrats. Like all the Democrats now are basically Joe Manchin. I like Joe Manchin. Maybe Joe Manchin is like really a Republican. He should be a Republican. But most of them, with a few exceptions of the ones that like the AOCs that can't change anything, you're like a nice to have, but you can't do anything. You have like the cinemas of the world who are all like probably right of center, but every Democrat now is like right of center. So you're either voting for a Republican or you're voting for a fucking nut job. I'm not going to say Nazi because I think like most of the time they're not Nazis.
No, I agree with I agree with that. Yeah.
Like
that makes sense.
I think they're insane.
Right. Okay.
Like there are some that are like, okay, no, I think you're a Nazi. Like I think like you're like all about the white power thing and like whatever. Like you're a Nazi. Like Stephen Miller is a Nazi.
Sure. Yeah.
But but then there are just the insane ones, like the Boberts who are like
the Jesus H. Gun from South Carolina or something.
Jesus H. Gun. Yeah, exactly. Where you're like the only reason I'm here is because I sucked at everything else. I said some crazy shit. People were like, you should run for office. I'm making money. I'm getting views on Twitter. I'm getting donors. You know, like now I'm just this is the formula that people are following now. I think we're fucked. Unless there's a way like we can turn this around where it's like, no, Herschel Walker is not like those people cannot run for office anymore. You cannot be a senator if you're that fucking insane. Like, unless we stop that, this is now like for both sides, it's going to be Democrats too. You're going to have to be as crazy to combat the craziness of the GOP. Like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah. Well, it was interesting. I read some paper and it was kind of discussing that they kind of had a change in understanding of like election theory, right? Like previously it was that a lot of candidates slid towards moderate, right? Because you would capture more of the swing voters or whatever. Right. What they ended up figuring out, and maybe this is related to how society is now, is that it's actually better to be polarizing because you increase voter turnout. And that is more than the swing voters that you lose.
Yeah.
So it's better to just get voter turnout. So it does make you wonder, like, is changing, like, I wouldn't say I'm somebody who supports compulsive voting, right? I think there's problems with that. There are countries that do that. And it does make you wonder about, and like, it has its own problems, right? Like people would go in and vote for someone because that was the first one on the thing, right?
Right. They had the vote.
Is having a system where like voter turnout isn't as much of a thing, can that help? In a way, can that mitigate? Like,
maybe.
I don't know. Like,
it's probably worth the effort as opposed to like revolution.
I mean, to the extent that anything in politics is worth the effort.
We
can't do anything. But
I mean, it's not going to happen. We can barely get like ranked choice voting. Like is I mean, you guys have it in Maine, right?
We have it actually.
We got it. And it's been fucking phenomenal. But
it's phenomenal. But the other side is saying it's rigged, right? Like it's
true, right?
Yeah,
it's rigged because in 2010, there was an election between an independent, a Democrat, and a Republican, Elliot Cutler, and Elliot Cutler got more. Like Elliot Cutler is left leaning and got more of the vote than the Democrat, and so the Republican won because we split the vote between the independent and Democrat.
The Republicans are very
anti ranked choice voting.
Of course.
Ellie Color, by the way, has turned out
Yes,
to
I was gonna
become
say.
a pedophile who unfortunately, because I actually worked on his campaign and shit, but
Oh,
Yeah, he like had like a lot of child pornography and stuff.
a lot of it,
just not just the
deeply
one folder,
unfortunate.
Mark. Don't look in here. Like a lot of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nevertheless, like the ranked choice voting, like in this case, was like the big reason the conservatives are like opposed to ranked choice voting, which is like generally very good for electors who can like actually like vote for.
So- And it's
Right.
definitely helped in Maine. Like we've had like the 2020 Senate election, right, was between two relatively moderate, right? Like the Democratic nominee was the very moderate Sarah Gideon, right?
Yeah,
Like she's not like a hardcore left leaning person by any means, and like even the Republican, like there wasn't like a primary challenge to Susan Collins with like some more conservative, right? Like which I guess sometimes happens more nowadays.
yeah.
But like we've in Maine's, I guess, been a little bit more moderate in general, right? Like we've had
Extremely moderate, actually. Yeah,
because Angus King's an independent,
yeah.
right? And like even the Republican senators we had were relatively, because we're kind of a purple bluish state.
Yeah.
Tuesday is going to be interesting.
Dems are just getting fucked. There's no interesting about it. Like Dems are losing the big time, I think.
I mean, I feel like definitely if I consider Twitter real life, I think that's definitely happening because that's just I feel it like from Twitter. Like there are people on the outside, there are pollsters on the outside who are like, you guys have this like incredibly wrong. Like the Dems are going to murder it. And if you look at like early voting, it's better than it's ever been. And then I'm like, counterpoint, what if they just throw those votes in the trash? Because now like I just don't trust anybody anymore.
Also, the only people who early vote are fucking Democrats. Like nobody, like it doesn't mean anything.
Well, it does in the sense of comparison, where like they're saying like, oh, the last midterms it was like 65% Democrats, 35% Republicans, and now it's like 80% Democrat and 20% Republicans. And I'm like, well, does that just mean it's going to be like 80% Republicans at the polls and 20% Democrat? Like, is that going to be?
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, that's what it means. Like,
it has to be.
Republicans show up in person on election day to vote.
And now you have those poll watchers and all of those things that are going on now, where there's people with guns, like in like Texas and Arizona, that are just like sitting at drop boxes because of what's his name's movie, that ridiculous the 10,000 Mules or whatever it was.
I don't know this one.
So this is a movie by Dinesh D'Souza.
I was wondering if it was Dinesh, but I'm not familiar with it because he keeps making stupid movies, right?
Yeah. So this one blew up. Like I've got even like, my wild aunt is like in my ear, like, no, like Dinesh D'Souza proved that the 2020 presidential election was stolen because of mules that were like getting stuck in drop boxes and whatever.
Right. So they're there to protect because they think the ballots are going to get shipped in or something.
Right. So now the actual Secretary of State in Texas was like, we need you guys to like go out there and like watch the poll, like watch the polls. Like there's like Republicans in power that are going out and saying like, you think, wait, what? Oh, the odds? Really?
I know the 538 like line is 55 Republicans, 45 Democrats. So I don't know what that translates to as a percentage for 50. For getting the.
It's not a good.
I think it's bad. I think it's worse than people think. I think Dems are losing big time.
Well, I don't mean 55-45%. I mean like they're going to gain 5 full spots in the Senate, like which with only like 30 of those up for election or whatever it is.
Yeah,
right? They happen every 6. Like there's only like 30 to 35. Like that's a lot.
Even the Fetterman like Oz Senate race, like it looked like Fetterman was like fine. Like this shouldn't even be a contest. Like in the last like couple of weeks, it's just like I'm like I truly do not understand what's happening. So
that's been a weird one. The Fetterman Oz saga. Because it's weird because that guy was just like this like TV doctor. and then he just like becomes a politician and like runs for like I don't get that. Like 2 years ago, Dr. Oz was like, Dr. Oz, he's gonna talk to me about like juice cleansing on
the miracle berry, you know?
Yeah.
You know?
And then it's like this guy's like, the fucking immigrants are coming. It's like, what are you doing?
And meanwhile, he votes in Turkey, you know? Like, it's
Right,
like
yeah.
weird. It's,
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's
yeah, well, I'm definitely going to do a stream on like Tuesday night. I don't know what you guys are up to, but
probably watching your stream.
Yeah, I mean,
well, then we need to do Are you still doing Brady's Wonder Buddies
on Monday, right?
I moved it to Monday because Yeah, because I wanted to like if Molotov cocktails start like coming through my windows and stuff. Like I want to make sure that like
at least I get the BBB title before I die, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, you do. One of you will, but not. It won't be me. It's funny. I watched. I forget his name. He was very pissed the first one that we did that you won, Wyatt.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Pleasure chess or something like that.
Well, passionate
chess. Yeah.
I ended up watching his stream of that event. Like I went back and like because I didn't know he was streaming it.
Yeah.
And boy, he was passionate for chess. Like
he was a grumpy goober.
Well,
yeah.
I was kind of surprised. So I was thinking about this earlier because it kind of sucks because I actually had like a lot of positive interactions with him and both your chat and Aaron's chat, and he had been really like nice, and then kind of got really salty, and it was just like really well. The thing is, when he was getting salty in the chat, I'm like, okay, this is like a 12-year-old or something.
Yeah.
Right. And then I popped into the stream just for the last probably literally 5 seconds before he raided you.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this guy's like 35.
Yeah. He's like getting grumpy. Like, it's also like a fucking 1 hour like 5-3 tournament. Like there's some luck involved. Like maybe like fucking chill.
It's not the environment that you get upset over something. Like first of all, it's
the BBB arena, you know. Like obviously, like it's a cool.
Is, like the BBB title is like pretty important.
It's prestigious.
Sure.
But like maybe like don't fucking like.
Yeah. Well, I mean we're going to increase our anti-cheating measures soon too. Like I'm afraid like Hans is going to pop in and try and
yeah.
This is true. Yeah, you're gonna like scan us for beads and stuff.
Yeah.
So what was interesting was like, so let's say he had won the last game, right? He would have tied with me at 23 if he had won, which isn't a guarantee.
Yeah.
Then he would have lost on tie breaks because he had less overall points. So like I scored 8 out of 9, right? And he scored
you spent too much fucking time into this as well.
No. I just thought of this like, no, this isn't even a long thing. Like this is just like you just look. He's like he was like arguing that it like mattered, like the game. It's like first of all, even if you had won, you would have had second, and like you would have scored 7 out of 9. I scored 8 out of 9. Like what's the? I just didn't get the.
You did not score 8 out of 9. You lost twice to me, actually. By the way. Yeah, I
lost once to you. I lost once.
Twice.
No.
Yes.
Well, 7 out of 9. I lost twice. So that makes sense.
Yeah, it's both of them to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
No, wait, who did I beat? I beat one of you once.
You beat me. Yeah.
You beat him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so grateful for those. I think it's like the perfect event because like strong players like you guys, you need to berserk to like win, right?
Yeah.
So it creates like excitement for the like lower level players, and like it's so short that it creates exactly what happened. I wanted to happen, like
the controversy. Yeah,
but like I didn't think it would be like angry. I think it'd be like, oh fuck. Like, I wanted it to create like a little excitement, and drama toward the end, and then people are like,
didn't he pause out?
What? Come on.
Also, didn't he pause? I thought I saw him pause out in the last.
He paused out once the pairings were closed. It wasn't like after.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I was like, no, but it sucks because he hasn't like come around in like the streams anymore, right? Like I haven't seen him.
Well, he missed 1 week. Like it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
He might be back.
No, not even the arena, but I mean, like he normally was there. He was like there like every night for like.
He was there every night, like leading up to it. Like I didn't know who he was. I didn't know he streamed. I didn't know any of that. And like I thought he was just like hanging out, and then he hasn't shown up since.
He might just be like hijacking the stream for views or whatever. But who cares?
Yeah,
it's kind of weird. Like, it's a weird stream to choose to hijack for views, but
well, but I mean, like he seemed like he was just like a normal, like I just don't like it. Just like sucks when people like leave the, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure he was like a normal, nice person who
He's
just
just like a
got
regular
upset,
guy who like got salty one night, and he's like, "Well, now I can't."
and now he's
return."
gone, right?
Yeah.
It just kind of sucks.
It did seem like there was some saltiness, like also potentially related to like it seemed like English wasn't his first language either.
Oh, he knows
Like,
the guy pretty well. He's a troll, says Megalodon.
oh, interesting.
I'll trust Mega over like most people. Like I think that's a fair
that makes
assessment.
sense. Okay, he does seem like
I guess I don't recognize names sometimes real well. But like I was passionate on our. I thought he was on our last podcast in chat, like talking to us.
He might have been, but like that doesn't mean anything. Like honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing, like the whole streaming thing, especially for like a person like me who's kind of, I'm getting some feedback from somebody. I don't know where that's coming from.
Probably me.
Oh, okay. It's weird because like I met like Italian Machine, you know,
Yeah.
I love Chris. Yeah. It's like weird, like, why are you here though? Like, why are you a national master? Like, what is? And then I had I don't know if either of you were in there last stream, maybe it was 2 nights ago, where I had a WFM come in and like was kind of like trolling. Like, was
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
And I was
like, there's the BBB.
Yeah, it was the BBB.
They didn't play, but they were like just hanging out and like fucking dicking around.
Yeah, they were like, "What if I just join and then leave?" And like that was the first thing they said. Like, "What if I join the team and then leave?" I'm like, "That's rude." And then like she was being really kind of aggressive, I thought, to Bear, like being like, yeah. And I was like, "Oh, this is kind of like a weird aggressive chat." Like, you clearly know what you're talking about. And then I didn't know she was a WFM until like I saw her like lurking in one of the games, and I was like, "Oh, WFM ASET, that's got to be you." Like what? Yeah. Like what's going on? And then her whole tone changed. But it's like, what are WFMs? What are national masters? Like, what are you guys like? What are you guys doing over here in this corner of Twitch? It's just weird to me.
It's just weird, yeah.
I mean, I love it.
The thing is too is like NMs like in general, like they're just like fucking regular people who like got into chess like really hard for a short period of time, right?
Right.
Like,
I mean, like it's actually pretty conceivable that like Aaron could be an NM.
I was like almost an NM. Like if I had like persisted for like a few more months, I'd be an NM, right? Like you know.
Yeah.
You got
like,
why not
NM's just like regular fucking people. You
what?
know?
Okay.
I want you to do it though, Aaron. Like I want.
No, I don't care anymore. Like you know, let me pass up a promotion opportunity to like study chess. You know, like who gives a shit?
Right.
Like,
well, yeah, it's just like the difference for like somebody like Aaron to go to NM is kind of hard, right? Like it's a just like getting to.
I know what it is.
Every 100 points is hard, right? Every
a year of work. It's a year and change of work for me, and it like I don't want to do it. You know,
right?
Like
yeah,
I'm enjoying chess as it is right now. Like why would I care? You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, you know, for me, I never like when I don't take it seriously, it just like goes pretty well, right? Like it's just,
and it's easier for you too because you're younger, right? Like you could spend like a few months and like you get there, right? Like the right few months you can get there.
Well, I'm getting kind of old. I had like the lower back pain the other day. Holy, what's that?
That's you maybe do some fucking yoga, dude. Jesus Christ, you're 20. You're 22.
I'm 21.
You shouldn't have back pain.
20.
No, well, because I literally have a bed that doesn't have a box spring, so it literally drops down about 7 inches.
Oh, so you're like the real 21 back pain issues. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I have like this off.
Dude, sleep on the fucking floor. It's better for you.
Well, the problem is the floor. You know, it's the floor, so you don't sleep well on the floor, right? Like it hurts. Like it hurts your elbow. It hurts your like shoulders. Like, do I like have to put like padding on the floor? Like I sleep on a yoga mat?
Yeah, sleep on a yoga mat. Yeah, I know a guy who did that. He's like a PhD in philosophy. He slept on floors for like discipline reasons. It's kind of interesting. Yeah,
that's interesting. And
yeah.
Also,
he's a weird guy. I don't know if I would like recommend being like him, but
if you sleep on a mat on the floor and send me like either a picture or a 12-hour live stream of you doing it, either or, then I'll do it. right?
I'll
If
do it
you
tonight. I'm not gonna end stream tonight. I'm gonna go live and sleep on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I will sleep on the floor with that like I'll check it in the morning to make sure you're still there.
Perfect.
I'm not doing any of this. I'll tell you. I'll tell you about that right now.
No, I'm probably not doing it either. I'm gonna get on my soft little bed that like where my feet are 8 inches above my abdomen and rock my
Perfect.
back. But
Wyatt, it
sleep
looks like you have a Christmas tree up in the background already.
I do. That never went down.
Yeah, that's been there consistently. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
good.
I like the lights. I like
It's nice.
lights.
Oh, wow, just leave them up. That's nice.
Yep.
I like it.
Yeah, no, it's adds to the element because I don't like having the light on, like the overhead light. It's just too much, right? Like it's just like late at night. It's just like loud in my eyes, and then this is this perfect little ambiance lights.
MT wants to know if sleeping streams are do they violate the TOS?
I guess we're gonna find out.
I think you can have if you have a mini pool in the background. I think you can sleep on. I think you can have a sleeping.
That's
I think you
interesting.
can wear a bikini and sleep right on the floor.
I'll move my my cat's water dish there.
That's good enough.
Oh,
Dip a toe in it,
because you're not wearing. Oh yeah.
Yeah. You got to dip a toe in it.
I'll probably wear my boxers. Right?
Maybe, I was gonna say maybe MT is wondering if Aaron sleeps in the nude. Is that probably why? Like wishful thinking?
Yeah, you wish, homie.
Our sleeping meeting. What are the? Well, there was a like a controversy a little while ago about like gambling on Twitch, right? And like whether that was meeting.
Yeah,
well, they updated. They just recently updated the TOS on gambling.
Yeah, what's the change on that? Is it like Xlade?
They banned a lot of sites. Like I know, like in particular, like XQC, like the biggest like Twitch streamer, like was a big gambling guy. Like he would like do slots on stream, which like it's kind of like. I don't get it.
Is he the one that plays chess sometimes?
Yeah.
He occasionally plays chess. Yeah, he's the one who introduced the juicer term.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. He like Nakamura adopted, but like XQC introduced the term juicer. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
That actually reminds me, talking about slots and stuff, reminds me of a funny story. So when I first went to the casino a few months back for my cousin's 21st, we were at dinner before, and she had a bunch of her friends there who I'd never met. But she told them all about like, oh, I'm into chess, right? And it's like, oh, my cousin's super smart. And of course I'm like, no, I'm not. But she's like, oh,
that's not how chess works.
Right. She's like, oh, he's a chess guy. He's like a super smart guy. So they're all hyping me up like, oh, he's going to go to the casino and he's going to like look at the blackjack cards and count cards and like they think I'm going to do well. So of course I'm like, oh my God. And so we finally go to the casino and like I have to do this and I have $60 and the minimum bet is $15. So I lose 3 hands and then somehow win 5 in a row and I double my money in 5 minutes and I'm like, okay, I leave. I left. And then so everyone was like, oh my God, you double your money in 5 minutes? And they're like, and I'm just like, I just got lucky there. I would have looked like a total idiot. I would have made my cousin look like an idiot. I would have made chess look like an idiot.
You would have made chess. More importantly, you would have made chess look like.
I would have like, played chess over again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like chess people aren't smart. And it's just like I so lucked out. It was so funny.
Yeah. Gambling is bullshit. It's complete bullshit, right? Like
it's just like how do you
averagely have to lose? Like it's not a game. I don't understand. Like chess is a game, right? Like gambling isn't the game because you have to lose.
The thing is, 90% of people just like don't like think with numbers at all. Like they just, I don't know what they think. They think they're gonna like look at the blackjack dealer and like read his eyes. It's like I don't even get how you think about.
Like they don't even fucking know the cards. Like it doesn't make any sense.
It's like I just don't get it. Like people just have no. Like everybody needs to take like high school education should include more like improbability and statistics.
There's this line in there's like a Zora Neale Hurston book, right? Like their eyes were watching God. There's there's this scene or whatever in it where like this her love interest is like practicing at dice, right? Like the guy's like practicing at like rolling dice better, and it always fucking like blew my mind. Like how do you practice at dice? Doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Like. I don't know. People think they can do it though.
Yeah.
People think they can like just play craps good enough.
Yep.
It's crazy.
I know.
It's this crazy thought process.
Well, because people like put math and like they're just like they put math like under science, and they're like, well, science is just what the scientists say, but what the scientists said 200 years ago was wrong, so what they say now is wrong.
I don't even know if that's like what it is. Like I think it's like like self delusion, right? Like they have to know.
It's bizarre.
Right? They have to know that they're losing money averagely. It's just like it's nonsense. Yeah.
That's the problem with like a lot of amateur poker players too, is like they'll find a way to like blame everything else in the world on why they lost other than themselves. Like I can't tell you how many times, probably every single night I worked as a dealer, I would have at least one person say something like, thanks a lot, dealer.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? Like I flipped through the cards, and I've said that to people because I used to get really salty after like when I knew like I was done in the casino and I'm like I don't need this job or whatever. I started getting really salty, and I was just allowed to stay that way for a while until like somebody was like, "Are you done here?" Or you know. Yeah. But I'd be like, "Yeah, buddy. I flipped through the deck. I looked for the cards that I knew would beat you. I knew what you would. I knew how you would play the hand. I knew you wouldn't fold. I knew that guy would rate." It's like, what are you talking about? Thank you, dealer.
Yeah.
See, that's how I get in trouble in life so much. Is because anytime somebody like would makes a snarky comment like that, I'm the same. I can't hide my salt.
No,
right?
I can't.
Like I can't put my salt in water and dilute it. Like I get into so. And the thing is, I'm never like wrong, right? Like it's never like I picked a fight with somebody.
He's never. He's like Aaron's like I got it.
Right, yeah.
No, but it's like I always get into so I just get myself into so much trouble with it. But like it's just like I'm never punching somebody or anything like that. But I'm just the same. I can't put my salt in
Well, the casino is a really great place to get murdered. If you feel like you can't rein that in, like that's a good place to teach you how to rein that in. Because I've had days where like I'd be playing with somebody, like somebody would be really pissed about the way I had a hand. I remember this one time in particular at a place called Pachanga in Southern California. Yeah. I was in a hand against this really big dude across from me, this big Italian guy. He had curly hair. He had a lot of like mousse in his hair, like a lot of like his hair was really oily, right? And so I beat him in a hand, and he started talking shit. And he said something really stupid, and I was like, "Dude, I think that stuff like is seeping into your head, like getting into your brain." And he like chairs flown, like he came at me, and luckily they got rid of him. But I would have gotten murdered. Like, yeah, you have to like learn how to rein that stuff in. But I'm the same way. I don't have it. I like if I know somebody's wrong or I think somebody's being an idiot, like I just tell them. Like,
no, the thing is, that's probably like good in like a professional sense too, right? Like there's so many like yes men out there who go to some like they get stuck like at mid-level because they're like, yes, you're right, and they don't give real honest feedback.
Well, that's the thing is a lot of people tell me like that's a good quality, and then anytime there's any situation where they see that and they're like, why you shouldn't have said anything.
No, yeah, it's not it's a good quality, but not like in a situation where you could get stabbed.
Right, yeah. In that case, yeah.
Yeah. Like when you're like talking with your boss or like whatever about like a deadline or something, you're like, man, I gotta be honest with you, this is ridiculous. Like this is not gonna work. You know, right. If you were like, yes, and then, 2 weeks later you didn't deliver, then they're like, why couldn't you deliver? I've had so many times where I've completely avoided that because I was like, we're not making this deadline. This is absolutely nuts. Where people would be like, I can't believe you said that to him. I'm like, why would I lie? Why would I lie about it?
Yeah.
So it's a good quality, but yeah, until like you're in a parking lot with a dude and he's like, oh, all right, I'll tell you what I think of that. And he just stabs you.
Well, the thing is, I would get when I was working with Mecca Main Chess Association, which I left like in February of last year.
Yeah.
Actually, after there was this guy who would just kind of make like snarky suggestions that I was like doing favors for particular players that I knew or coached. Right. And of course, once he says that, I was having none of it. Right. Because the guy's like telling me I'm a corrupt official of a nonprofit. So I'm like, I don't even get like how this is okay to even say. And then like I'm mad. And then it's like people are like, well, you should not have gotten. So I'm like, the guy's telling me that I'm like misappropriating like nonprofit funds. I don't know. Like it's just like it's bonk. I don't get how people don't So
I will say, like, that was like the wrong time to be indignant. Like, I don't know. I like, obviously what he said was out of line, but like you went about it in a way that like made you like, I don't know. I think I was, I don't know.
Well, which incident are we talking about? Because I think there's been a few of this.
Yeah, there were a few. There were a few. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. I guess I mean the answer I guess is it always depends on the context, right?
Like, yeah. Unfortunately, that's the case.
Unfortunately,
right?
context matters in life.
Yeah.
Can't just go through.
Yeah.
That's why, like, I don't know, it's kind of bullshit. Like, it's almost like wisdom matters more than intelligence, which is kind of bullshit.
It's kind of true.
Yeah.
I mean, we can kind of see that with some of the very rich people that are floating around in the media right now. Like,
Wow.
I don't know. I often feel. You ever feel like the dumber people are like in a better place than you're in? Does that make sense? Like,
often.
I think there are people. Well, I will say, like, there are people who like sometimes realize that like a lot of dumb people exist in a lot of places, right? And sometimes you have to say dumb things to like get like how many times do you see somebody say something like super cringy, but it's like a cliche quote, so people will like agree with you, right? Like how many people do you know in like HR who do this or something, or like
sure.
right?
Sure.
Or like I'm here to unify the
teamwork makes the dream work.
It's
It
like
does, yeah.
you know that
Let's
person,
go.
right? And you know that person's going to leave work at the end of the day going, it doesn't like, but they're still like, gonna, right? Like, it's fake, but it's like, so like sometimes I see people like that. I'm like, you're an idiot, but then I'm like, wait, maybe you're not an idiot. You're just
right. Maybe you're really
You're
smart.
playing the game. Yeah.
Like you're actually a level above me.
Yeah.
Like, you just recognize that society.
Yeah, you're like, fuck that guy. Like, he's so stupid. And then he gets in the car and he's like, fuck, I hate this job.
Exactly. So, and he's just like levels ahead. It's just like,
yeah.
That's something I've wondered about. Yeah. No, that's really. People were faking the gambling sites for content, and other people were borrowing money from their mods and chat because they had compulsive gambling problems.
So you know what? This brings up something that like I don't really like. If Twitch did it for that reason, I don't like it because there's like a prop in California talking about like gambling. Since this is kind of our main topic at one point. Like they're trying to ban like expanded sports gambling and online gambling and stuff like that. And they're basically saying like the side that's against this expansion is like, look at how many homeless it will create. Like, look at how many whatever it will create. Mm-hmm. My thing is like, you cannot punish people. You cannot punish everybody because you think some people will not be responsible in how they handle this. It's like, so if Twitch is punishing people for that specific reason, I'm sure it's deeper than that. But if Twitch is like, we can't do gambling anymore because some like streamers are like borrowing money from their mods and like not paying them back, I'm like, well, that's like just irresponsible people. Like that's
like banning grocery stores because people overeat.
I don't know.
Right. Yeah, like exactly. Like it just doesn't make any sense for me. So it's interesting because it kind of also ties back into like political polarization in this country. It's like once a side picks a thing, it's like they'll dig in no matter what. And I'm like, guys, like I get like, okay, your Democrats are like fighting against this now, and I'm like, that's not like, yeah, like we don't want more homelessness, but this like isn't the way like to go. You're restricting like individual freedom,
right? Like that's the thing is then when you're like, oh, I'm pro, and they're like, well, why do you support creating homelessness? It's like I don't. I just this issue doesn't create that.
Oh my god, you nailed it. Oh, so you're pro heroin addicts then? What? Wait, what?
Where did we get there?
Yeah.
Like that's really interesting. I got into it with a very bad micromanager who refused my code solution. Thought it would save hundreds and hundreds of man hours because it was not one of his faves. I stopped doing work and just day traded for 6 weeks.
That works, empty. You made fucking like a book of bucks doing that, didn't you? Like you made it like really well with day trading.
I try to do some trading and then like forget that I do it. So then I like don't check it and like.
Well, that's cool. That's probably the best way to do trading is forget about it and hopefully wake up someday in 5 years and be like, did I have a Robinhood account? And then it's kind of like a ton of money in it.
That's the thing. What was sad is I bought at the peak like a year and a half ago, like right when everything was like really high. So I bought like an ETF at 250 or something, and it's like 200 now.
Hey, that's only like a 20% decrease. You should feel proud of yourself.
Yeah, that's actually really good right now. I think you're beating the market.
The problem is it's also 20% of my money.
Well, the plus is you didn't have much to begin with, right? So it's fine.
You're basically in the same place you were in.
See, the thing is, when you live paycheck to paycheck, you don't have savings.
Yeah,
that's interesting, Megla. Like, I think like it could be a liability issue for Twitch. I'm sure there's other reasons behind it that make sense. But if it's strictly like we're banning this one thing because we think people are irresponsible, that's just.
I think it was purely a PR issue, right? Like there was this like one guy who was who was scamming his viewers, right? And like people are like, maybe we shouldn't do this whole thing, right?
But I mean, like, you can also just like, well, all right, we need to like press charges or forward this to like the proper authorities, like make an example out of this person, like keep the thing, but like, it's like, what if one of these like bikini streamers, like look at the Amaranth situation, right? Like, what if something like really bad happened to her? You know what I mean? Are they going to be like, well, we should stop letting girls like be provocative on stream? Like it's just like a weird slippery slope there.
The thing is that's interesting though about the Twitch thing is that they did not drop the hammer on skill-based games, right? Like they didn't like ban poker. They didn't ban specifically ban like slots where you have to lose money in the long run.
Right.
Which I kind of like support, right? Like I don't know. I think people are. It's probably like a net positive in the world to not have streamers who are like gaming the system and like making people like gamble irresponsibly.
No, I think you're right.
It just comes down to like for them like is the PR hit, I guess, or whatever from allowing it like it probably was literally just a money calculation. Like how much do they actually get like viewers or whatever from allowing gambling? And the answer is probably no.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For Twitch, it was not a moral calculation. It was an income calculation. But like, it's probably still the morally correct thing to do because like, there were literally like gaming sites giving kickbacks to streamers to stream gambling sites to make people play.
Yeah, I mean, again, I wish it was like more of it's hard to like you create a team of people to like individually crack down on this like content moderation kind of thing, but. I think that might have been if they didn't have a PR issue. I think that's the better way to go. Like just crack down on the people that are doing it wrong and let the other people do it.
This is true too. Yeah.
So I don't know. It's hard. You also just can't please everybody, which is why it's a PR issue. You just got to like look at who's what's going to be the bigger mess. Like, all right, we might make some people mad if we ban this. It'll blow over. We'll be fine. Or if we keep allowing this, then it could end up even being a liability issue where you're going around telling people you lost your house because of Twitch. It's not really a great.
That's interesting, right? It's like the thing where like social media platforms aren't actually in the tech industry, right? They're in the moderation industry, right? They're like their job is not to like pump out feature enhancements. Their job is to like make this platform friendly for advertisers.
Well, some were. I'm not sure I'm not sure Twitter is that anymore. I have to say, the one thing I will say about the whole like Twitter thing is the people defending Elon, they're saying like, oh, the woke. Well, Elon is saying, right, the woke activists caused advertisers to pull away from Twitter. Like that was one of his recent tweets, right? He's losing a ton of money. A ton of advertisers left Twitter. He's saying it was the woke activists. And the people are like, oh, freedom of speech, woke activists, they hate freedom of speech and whatever. Like, first of all, this is just a free market. Like, people are demanding something, advertisers are reacting.
Yeah.
Something that Elon supposedly is all about. So that's just the free market. But then the people that are defending Elon, like, I can't believe this is happening. Now look at how much money he's losing. If this guy is some big brain genius, Did he not foresee that this is a thing that was going to happen? Like, I'm going to buy Twitter. People are going to be upset about it. I'm going to lose some advertisement. Like, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose some big advertisers. Also, like, yeah, you own Tesla, and some other like big advertisers in the car manufacturing business are pulling out. Did you not like foresee that happening either? Like, really?
Yeah.
This guy is like the big brain. So
Yeah, and it was such a saga, right? Because then he tried to pull out of the sale like 4 months ago, right?
And not, like while he was pulling out of the show, it was like shitting on Twitter, right?
Oh,
Like, it's like what shit on the company that you're going to have to buy?
Yep.
You know?
That was beautiful. And then he realized he was losing in court, and he was like, "Well, fucking gonna pull out of this right now and just buy Twitter, like try and save face here." Because he was going to lose.
So are like do you think that the like Parler and Truth Social or whatever the frig those things are called, I don't even know the names.
Yeah, you got them both right.
I got them both right. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was Parler. Yeah,
you missed Gab if you wanted to get the trifecta.
Gab. Do you think that those are gonna kind of lose relevance, right?
Yeah, I think they already have. I think they've like had relevance.
Yeah. The only one that I think is probably in the lead right now is Truth Social, just because Trump keeps like spewing his vomit there, and so like people on Twitter are like screenshotting it and throwing it on Twitter and stuff, and like, you know, like I think that's the only one that has any chance at surviving. I think Gab and Parler both ran into some serious infrastructure issues where like Cloudflare and like were like, we're not going to allow you to host your content here, so they ran into those issues. I don't know if Truth Social is running into that, but Truth Social is running into the issue of like it's a Trump property and they don't pay their bills. So, you know, that can only last for so long. That's gonna be a problem eventually. So
yeah, like I was reading something like Kanye was part of a group that was trying to attempt to buy Parler or something like that. So I wasn't sure. Did you guys? I assume you saw what he said. Did you see his interview with Piers Morgan?
Nope.
The Kanye interview?
I think the even bigger interview was the one he did on Fox shortly after that.
Oh,
did
yeah.
You see that one?
I didn't see that one. No, I actually didn't see that one.
Where he kind of like talked about like the people that are living in his house, like influencing his kids. Like there's nobody like living in there's nobody else, but like his kids do bad things because the globalists have hired other kids to like infiltrate his house to like talk his kids into doing bad things.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
I'll get behind that actually.
So I mean, the Kanye situation is interesting. I kind of like the total. Like, I want to be careful here because Kanye is clearly like suffering like a mental health. Like he's having like serious mental health. I'm not giving him a pass on the things that he's saying. Like clearly, a lot of the things he's saying is very, very bad. But the dude really needs help.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a really shitty situation. I do not endorse. Like, I don't like anything that he said, and I think he should be deplatformed so that he doesn't spread that hateful rhetoric. Because I saw driving to work through LA, like anti-Semitic signs, like immediately after he said it. Because as soon as like somebody popular says that, it just enables like a ton of other people to say stupid shit like that.
Right.
So like, yeah, I'm not happy with any of it, but dude needs help. Like I feel really bad. Like he needs help.
Yeah. Well, it sucks because to me, like I saw over the last few years, like a lot of that kind of happening to him, and I wish that I wish that we as a society were better at interjecting sooner, right? Like we should be better at like not waiting until like somebody says, I'm going to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people to be like, oh, now this is a problem. We need to like when he was doing this for like, I think Aaron and I were talking about this in February, like where he was having some meltdown at that time where he was like, oh, Pete Davidson, you guys got to like, if you see him in this, like, I don't know, like people were like, and people like literally made threats against Pete. Like,
he did a whole music video where he like literally murdered Pete Davidson, like buried him alive or something.
I feel like, and I'm sure a lot of people definitely noticed it at the time that he needs. I feel like the deplatforming could have happened before like, you know what I mean? Like that's something like we've all got to be better at, like, and social media companies have to be better at doing, right? It's like when you like show like killing a killing a guy or something.
Yeah, like that's bad. But again, that's like another. This is the problem I think with being like a just like a well-intentioned, smart individual is like you're towing the line of like, I don't think we should just be deplatforming people for things that we don't like that they say. But I also like don't think we should be allowed, like you have a struggle here. I think this is the problem with Democrats, like in general, is like you have like lots of different factions within Democrats that are like having these internal struggles where Republicans, at least the prominent Republicans, are just kind of all on the same
same page, right?
They're all on the same page. Yeah. Like,
Mhm.
and the ones that aren't are just pretending to be. Like Mitch McConnell is not on board. Like even Ted Cruz, who is now, I think, one of the insane ones, even when he was less insane and he was like, Trump's insane, you know? And like,
remember that? Remember when he used to say that?
Remember when he used to say stuff like that? Remember when Lindsey Graham used to be like, Trump's a lunatic. Like that guy's never going to be president. He's a psycho. But the second that happens, they're like, woo, Trump. But on the Democratic side, AOC will still criticize Biden. And that creates a division, like that creates like a split in the Democratic Party, and that makes things difficult. And that's, I think that's part of the reason why what's about to happen on Tuesday, what's potentially about to happen on Tuesday, if it does happen, this is the reason why. Like,
and to like add to like how frustrating politics is I've had somebody like in front of me sit down and unironically say what you said, but opposite, right? Where they're convinced that the Democrats would not ever call out a fellow Democrat. And I'm just...
It doesn't make any sense because it happens all the fucking time.
Right. It's just so shocking to me that they would, that they're on that. I don't know. I don't know how people interpret that differently than I guess how you just interpret it, right? Like it just doesn't make, like, I don't know how you, like, if you watch any reasonable amount of news, like you would see AOC like under tweeting Biden or whoever, like, what the fuck is going on? It's like, how do you...
Right.
Yeah.
And then people on the conservative side don't shut up about AOC. Like they love to use her, and people like her as like this is the left that's happening. And then they're like, oh, but actually they're actually really pro Biden, and somehow they're like, it's like, there's no consistency to that narrative. It's so weird.
I mean, if you were on one of those sides, I mean, you went through 2016. I mean, I went through 2016 as a Bernie bro, you know, as a quote unquote Bernie bro. Like I was literally viciously attacked by people that considered themselves on the left, you know, like you don't want to vote for Clinton because you're a sexist, you're a misogynist, whatever. And I'm like, guys, I got to tell you, like in 2015, like I did not care about politics. Like I was a Barack Obama like supporter. Like I thought that was like really excited. I voted for him. I didn't vote for him his second term because I was like, that guy didn't do what he said he was going to do, just like all politicians. And I kind of like forgot about it. Didn't care about politics in 2015. My wife was like, check out this Bernie guy.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then I started like watching Bernie videos and I was like, I really like this guy. So like people are like, you're a Bernie bro, like whatever. I'm like, actually my wife is.
Bernie's actually like so charismatic, like in a weird way. Like it's kind of weird, right? Like, right? Like
he's like one of the most also consistent politicians like in the fucking history of the U.S. Like he, you know,
I literally know somebody who's like conservative, pretty hardcore, and like watched a Bernie video or something, and they were like, you know, he's not as bad as I thought he was. Like they didn't have like a huge moment where they switched political orientation, but they were like still like, this guy's.
But you know what? He did that Fox News town hall where they tried to like. They tried to like stuff like, you know, hardcore conservatives in there, and they couldn't stop them from clapping for Bernie. They couldn't stop them.
Like he won over the he won.
Yeah, actually, this is making sense to me, you know, and it really makes you wonder. Like, this is part of, again, going back to like the rift in the Democratic Party. The guy that was filling literal stadiums. This is anecdotal, but I used to live across the street from a high school in California, and Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton came for a rally there one week, and Bernie Sanders came for a rally there the next week. The Bill Clinton Hillary Clinton rally, we didn't know it was happening. Like there were just people there. Like we didn't know. We like were able to get into our house. Like everything was fine. When Bernie was there, you literally like couldn't get I couldn't get on my street. Like miles away, traffic was jammed. When we got there, there were thousands and thousands of people trying to fit into like this high school football field. Like it was like overflowing, and you're like, how did this guy lose?
Yeah.
I don't not really quite get it. You know?
That's really tough.
Yeah,
So
I mean, intentional manipulation by Democrats, actually, but like, you know.
we know how he lost.
Yeah.
So we know a guy who actually we work with on Maine Chess Association, and who's a chess player in Maine, who was the sign language interpreter for a Bernie Sanders rally in Bangor.
Yeah.
So he got up and he was standing. Yeah, he was like 15 feet from Bernie. Like
we got a picture at that event I was just talking about. We got a picture with him. So we got to meet him. It was really cool.
That's cool.
So
I was like 2 minutes away from meeting him in Washington. Actually, I was there for a journalism conference for some reason. I don't know. I'm not a journalism. I don't know why I was there.
I gotta go to this.
I was like 16 and my mom signed me up for it because she's like, oh, this is a cool opportunity if you become a journalist. I'm like, okay, mom. And then I was like minutes away from meeting. It just didn't quite work out, but.
And then, you know, so kind of along the same lines of this like Democratic rift is like Biden, come on, like he's just not there anymore. Like he's
not a functional human being. I don't get it. I don't get what the appeal is.
It's just like, I mean, when I first heard that, I was like, oh, this is just a conservative talking point, right? And then you just keep watching the conferences and you keep watching the like, okay,
like he literally should be in a home. Like, you know.
He really should be. And if I've tried to point that out to people who I know are hardcore liberals, and they will literally, you know, you're ageist, what's wrong with you? No, that's not true. Or the flip side of it was be like, it doesn't matter. You vote blue no matter who. You can't say this because you're just going to give cannon fodder to the other side. And it's like, that's not how this should work.
Yeah.
Like, fine. Like, if that's what you think, then he cannot run for re-election. Like, it's on him, like, to stop this. It's not on me to be like, well, I got to vote for this guy because look at how
that's the problem now. It's like so much of it's on the the candidate's got to bow out, like, because like primarying an incumbent president never works.
No, you won't. They won't, and they won't do it.
Right. It's just like it's just a weird system.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even. Because how old is he now? He's
84.
84. Yeah.
I mean, he's 84. It's just like,
But what's funny is I think Bernie is like the same age, but Bernie can like
he's lucid. Well, I also wouldn't vote for Bernie like if he were to run this year, just because like I you know,
well,
like he could fucking die midterm and like he were stuck with whoever.
Yeah, I mean, but if it were Bernie and Biden in a
it's Bernie and Biden, Bernie all day. But
I mean, actually, if it were Bernie and a lot of people still, I think I would have a hard time. Like I'm not a fan of a few of the up and coming stars in the Democratic
Party. But maybe like Biden and AOC, like who knows, you know?
Like, it would depend on, I guess, who the VP is, right? Like if it's like Bernie and then like actually an awesome like VP.
What you mean? Wait, what do you mean actually an awesome? Are you suggesting that Kamala Harris and Tim Kaine and the likes were not incredible VPs?
Tim Kaine? No. Wow, you do make a good point there.
How did Democrats almost lost the presidential election because they picked Kamala Harris from California, who would not have even placed in the top 3 in the California How did that help at all? Like, what did that do?
I think it was like trying to like, I don't know, like to get people, like I know he wanted to pick a female running mate, but like there were better female, like
You could have gone with what's her name from Georgia, which would have actually
Val Demings, right? No,
not Val Demings.
No, Stacey Abrams.
Yeah. Which would have like helped you carry a state that you might not have carried, even though you got lucky and won that state. Why wasn't that the strategy?
Yeah, that just makes no sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like a weird.
But
It's very
there's a governor's election there happening this year, right? It's still Kemp Abrams again, right? Like,
Is it Kemp Abrams? I actually haven't even been paying attention to that.
I don't
race.
even know.
More importantly is the Herschel Walker, and maybe not more importantly, but it's the Walker Warnock race, which is insane because Walker is going to win, and we're going to have that guy on the floor of the Senate. I can't believe how insane these times are. I'm just like mind blowing.
I don't know. I feel like everybody in history has like always said that, right? Like,
Yeah, it's hard. It's just like it's.
I feel like I didn't say that 10 years ago, and maybe I just wasn't paying attention enough. But like, I don't know, 10, 20 years ago, I feel like it wasn't this insane. So I don't know.
I would say I will say like it's different compared to like 2 years ago, right? Like obviously where you're looking like 2 years ago, I was like, oh, we're gonna get a new president who's not Trump. We're gonna have there's the wave coming. Like we're gonna have real officials in office, and then it's then it gets a little weird.
Yeah. Well, I think Trump definitely changed everything.
Yeah, it is different post Trump. It's not wrong.
Yeah.
It's kind of
I think I have to break here, guys. The little kid is yelling for me to come tuck him in. So
well,
yeah, fair enough. It's been a while.
It's been 4 hours and 7 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys. I don't know how you normally, how long you normally go. I mean, I probably could go like several hours longer. Just like
we normally go until it fizzles, but this is a good fizzling point.
We go in because normally we do start like in an evening too. So like my constraint is usually like I need to go to bed so I can get up not at noon tomorrow.
Yeah.
But like I mean I'm usually have the energy to go, but it's just usually
I mean, but it's also like it's after midnight for you guys, and it's only nine for me. So I'm like I'm ready to keep going. Yeah. I'll have you guys at like 3:00. Like, Aaron's already started his like sleep stream behind.
It's gonna happen. Yeah. Stay tuned, guys. Yeah.
Awesome.
Right. Well, absolutely. Thank you so much. So awesome to have you on. Talk about
it was a lot
gambling.
Of fun. Yeah.
Talk about gambling.
A lot of that
People
happens,
listening to this are gambling by listening to the whole thing if they do. So
yeah. Please let us know. We'll definitely try and keep you in the loop and have you on again in the future.
Absolutely. Anytime. I had a blast.
Yep. So thank you so much to our viewers. Again, you guys can find us on YouTube at the Under the Moon Podcast or on our website, theunderthemoonpodcast.com. And obviously you're right here on Twitch. We hope to see you guys again next time, probably 2 weeks from now. And thank you all so much. You guys are so awesome.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Nate. Appreciate it.
You got it. Bye.